What's going on, people? We are Tottenham TV. Friday, the 6th of June. Every day I've been saying pretty much since a week ago, 10 days ago, I'm saying the decision's got to be imminent. The decision's coming in the next 24 hours. The decision's coming in the next 48 hours. I was convinced by yesterday night. I was convinced the decision has to come in the next 24 hours. There is a few hours still to go, but
you're just trying to manifest it.
Surely it's got to come at some point.
We're going to go through it's going to be 2 years later. We're going to be like, is there a decision? Is anything happening? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. What is taking so long for any sort of news to come out? Have they not made a decision? Like, we also heard that beginning of the week, there are rumours of all this stuff with the board's going to come out. That hasn't come out. No news about any unrest in the boardroom.
There's no news about anything.
Anything. No transfer news.
Yeah, we've got some transfer
news, but there's just nothing. It's just there's a cloud of mystery, a dark cloud over this club right now.
The only thing that is like legitimate that's come out that seems convincing is basically players rejecting us and unknown what's going into next season. That's all we know right now. Rejections and no clarity on the manager situation. That's all that's been going on in this 6 days of this transfer window.
But I don't know, I just find it hard to believe anyway that we're actively pursuing players right now when we don't know what's going on in the manager situation. We don't know if the new manager is going to want these players, or maybe they do, and that's decision being made. So the new manager is looking at these players. I don't know. It's just a bit of a shit show. How can we be looking to sign players when the players don't know who's going to be their manager?
Yeah, we were talking about this analogy off screen before, but it feels like we're at the airport. We're waiting for the flight. It says boarding on the screen, and then it says delayed. There's no time of the delay. There's no time for boarding anymore. It's all gone off the screen, and we're just waiting. So either they need to give us a time where we can board and when we can get off the plane, or they need to tell us the flight is cancelled so we can all just go home. You know what I mean? It's got to be one or the other. It can't be this limbo, sitting here in limbo for God knows how long.
We're just calling the airline and they're just putting us on hold.
Literally, just
putting us on hold.
Constant hold.
There's just hold music for a week, basically. It's pretty much all we got. They're not even telling us the decision's coming. They're just putting us on hold. They're not. There's no communication. Can't get through to them. We have no idea.
So we need to either board the plane and get Frank in, or we need to cancel and stick with Ange. At least just pick one of them.
Do we have a flight?
One of them.
Do we have a flight? Are we going on holiday? What is going on?
Oh my God. My mind changes on this by the hour.
It's pretty sunny at home. We can stay at home. It's pretty sunny. It's good weather. It's good weather.
There's no problems with staying at home this summer. There is no problems at all. It's just make the decision. I just want to know whether I'm staying at home or whether I'm going abroad. That's all I want to know. Is that so much to ask?
Nope. This shouldn't be, but this airline's a shit show. It's Wizz Air. That's what we're dealing with here.
I think it's worse than
Wizz Air. Oh, man.
And they'll probably make us wait a year or two to get our compensation as well.
We heard grumblings from some random passengers saying there was going to be an announcement at 2 p.m. That never happened.
We actually heard first up here 9 a.m., then 10 a.m., and then no, it's just coming at 2 p.m. And now we're sitting here.
Now someone in the comments saying 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yes, all right. That's got me back in. All right, 6 p.m. I'm waiting for it.
We're streaming until 6 p.m. people, until that announcement comes. Yeah, but all this kind of unknown and being in limbo, and it's just absolutely frustrating the life out of all of us.
I was speaking to Josh King the other day. He said he's on holiday, and all he can think about is who the hell's our manager going to be. He can't even enjoy his holiday. He's out there. I can't remember where he is, but he's away.
Let's be real. He can't enjoy anything. He's always panicking.
He's just spending his holiday refreshing. Is there any news? Is there anything happening? Are we going to be spending our weekends mulling over what's going on at this football club? Are they going to have a weekend announcement? Or is it only working days here at Tottenham Hotspur?
Who knows, man? Who knows what goes on through the minds of the hierarchy of this football club and what they're actually thinking and what they're actually planning and how they're going to put their plans into place. Nobody knows. Literally nobody knows. It's just madness, isn't it? It's just complete madness.
Owen says everyone needs to chill. We're trying. I would love to chill. I would love to just be celebrating, basking in the glory of that Europa League win. But all this uncertainty is causing lots of issues.
Maybe we should just, you know what? Who gives a hell who's going to be our manager next season? We're European champions. We won the Europa League. Let's just bask in the glory of it. Let's just, you know, it's been a week of just indecision and frustration. Why don't we just all just put it to one side now and just whoever's the manager's the manager? Let's just enjoy our summer.
I'm trying, but we want it to be the start of something, don't we?
Yeah, but whether we know or not is not going to make a difference to what the actual decision is.
I want to know. I want to know. Can't just stay in the airport
What
forever.
we know for sure is that
Can't live
10
in the
days ago
airport.
or however long it was, we won a European trophy.
We did.
That's the fact. That's all we know. And that's all we can go on. There's nothing else we can, you know, we can debate if he's going to stay or if he's going to go till the cows come home. But what can be said now? What more can be said than what we've said already?
Nothing. We've covered all bases.
Literally, we've covered all bases. Everyone around YouTube just consistently and constantly saying the same things over and over again. Like, what more is there to be said on this matter?
We're just waiting for a decision. That's all we're waiting for. We're waiting for any sort of word, any indication of what's going to happen. I think worrying about the future of our football club as Tottenham fans is not an unreasonable thing to do, to be honest. I know we've just won the European Cup and I'm delighted. I'm still watching videos of that European Cup even today, 100%. I'm not going to stop, probably for a long time. But we're fans of this football club and we are, obviously, we want to know what is going on. We want to know the future. We want to know what are we getting ready for next season? Are we putting plans in place? What are we doing? Are we just not doing anything? Are we just sitting here not making a decision, paralyzed by choice? What is going on? I don't think that's unreasonable to think about when, you know, when we're obsessed with this football club. Essentially, it's the lifeblood of our lives, and we don't know what next season is going to look like at the moment, and that is something that until that's sorted, it's the until that uncertainty is cleared up. It's something that we're all going to be thinking about.
Yeah, I know, and it's hard not to. But it's just like, I just don't know what more there is to say or what more there is to think about. Like every sort of eventuality and every sort of, like there's just nothing to go on. There's just radio silence from journalists.
We spoke
From
yesterday about conspiracies, about lack of Thomas Frank quotes in the Brentford announcement for Kelleher's signing. Well, today marks 2 years of Ange Postecoglou's reign at Tottenham, and there has been no official post from the club about marking his 2-year anniversary.
So there's more wood to chuck in the fire there.
Is that more smoke? Is it just a case of they're clever enough not to put that out while they're making a decision? Does that show they definitely, at least we know for sure they haven't chosen, or does that show the people who are saying, there are people out there saying they're not saying anything because he's under contract and there's no need to make an announcement and all these different things? Well, what if that is the case and they're only just not saying anything because he's staying, right? Why haven't they marked his 2-year anniversary? That's not to say he's definitely leaving. No, it's not to say, but what it is definitely true is that he's not definitely staying.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
It is a fact, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a fact all along.
No, I agree. I'm just saying for these people who come out, who are in our comments and saying there's no announcement, they don't need to say anything if he's staying. So there's no need to be speculating. If they haven't said anything, right, then it just means he's staying because there's no need to make an announcement. For those kind of people, I'm just saying, well, why haven't they marked his 2-year anniversary if that's the case? Because it isn't the case, that's why.
Exactly, no, 100% spot on. And, you know, the odds are going down and down for Thomas Frank. Now it's 1.33 for Thomas Frank, where yesterday it was 1.4. The odds for Ange Postecoglou to stay is now 3.4, where it was like 3 yesterday, and then it went back down to 2.88 this morning, and now it's 3.4. So, I mean, the bookies do seem a bit convinced that Ange is going to be leaving and Frank is going to be coming in, whether it's something they know or they're just going on you know, the movements in how many people are placing bets on Frank to join Spurs and Postecoglou to leave, or whatever, we don't know. But, you know, the bookies usually is a good indicator of what's going to happen.
Not always, I feel like, with managerial appointments. I feel like a lot of the time they get it wrong. But look, well, maybe there is something in the air. We know there's something in the air, obviously. And all we know is at the moment, the only things that have come out in terms of reports or journalism is either he's being sacked, which was reported by Tavaleri and Santiago Una and Football Insider, or they haven't made a decision, which is reported by Ali Gold. I can't remember who else. Reported by a few other people that they're still yet to decide. Those are the only two things we know. There's not one person yet who has said, I've heard he's staying.
Yeah.
And now Romano's tweeting that Arsenal in advanced talks for Sesko.
Sigh.
People getting stuff done. People getting signings done.
Apart from Tottenham, we're just stuck in this limbo phase, and they just need to let us know what's going on. Like, just keep him or sack him. Just make a decision, like, and communicate it with us. Just, that's all they need to do. Like, is it so hard? Like, we're getting further and further away from the cup final, from the end of the season. Like, it's just taking way too long. Like, how can they not know by now?
Mm-hmm.
How can we not know by now what is going on? Are they like waiting for this this pre-transfer window to shut or something? Because it's going to shut by the time they make the decision.
We ain't signing anyone. I said before, we ain't going to sign anyone on this pre-transfer window. Guaranteed. It's not a market, I think, for someone like Levy to get a good deal in, I don't think, this pre-transfer window. This is a window for you put your money on the table for what's on offer, for the price, and that's it. Like, everyone seems to be paying the money that's needed. No one seems to be getting a good deal. I'm not saying they're not getting good players. I'm saying they're paying the money. No one seems to be negotiating for a cheap deal right now. Everyone's paying the price that's been quoted, it seems. So Levy is notorious for not doing that.
Yeah.
That's why he waits till late in the window.
Well, then sell some players then.
Although I think that strategy in this day and age, I mean, there are good deals to be had late in the window, but also I feel like teams in this day and age, they're much smarter than they were, back in 2010 or whatever, where a lot of teams now, they don't want to sell so late. If it gets that late, they're not going to sell until they have a replacement lined up, and it becomes a lot more complicated. I feel like before it was kind of more willing to do deals late on of that kind of size, but I feel like these days it's difficult to do those deals because clubs don't want to agree to it unless they've got players lined up to join them.
Yeah. And back in the day, like, if you were to try and go for like a Premier League player, you could bully those kind of lower in the league teams. You can't bully these teams anymore because everyone in the Premier League has got so much money.
Exactly.
So, yeah, look, very frustrating still. We don't know any more today than this time last week, which is the most frustrating thing. And the whole of the week, I've literally come into the studio with a big smile on my face every morning saying, today's the day we're going to get a decision. And alas, we know nothing. We know absolutely nothing. So look, hopefully while we're on stream here, we'll get something and some news will drop. But I'm not holding my breath, to be honest.
Well, one predictions in the chat. When are we going to find out? Is it going to be today, over the weekend, Monday, next week? Are we never going to find out? Is it ever going to happen? Are we
I saw Lily White Rose. He said the decision's going to come by Monday.
Yeah? What's he heard?
That's what he's heard. I don't know.
By Monday?
Yeah. That's what he said. So.
All right. Well.
It's not. I don't think he's heard anything. That's just his prediction.
Oh. That's just opinion. Great. But Paul O'Keefe said, this is now 5 days ago?
Yeah.
That the decision has been made.
Yeah. And
so
Fabrizio Romano said pretty much on the same day that the decision is going to be communicated in the coming hours.
The coming hours, yeah.
The coming hours? That's a lot of hours.
It's a hell of a lot of hours. Hell of a lot of hours. Oh, man.
Well, look, what more can we say? That's the situation on Ange Postecoglou. we've got a couple of super chats to get into. Let's get into them. We got Evan Byrne saying, if we keep Ange, what do you expect? Top 4? A trophy? I expect it all, mate. I expect it all.
Season 3 is going to be better than season 2. That's what I expect. That's what I expect.
A good run in the league. Top 5, top 6. I don't think I'd accept anything out of top 6 next season with Ange at the helm. I don't think anything outside top 6 is good enough unless,
There's some wonders in the cups, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We need to get back in that conversation of getting back in the fighting for those Champions League spots. And now the reality is at the moment it's unbelievably it's so competitive now. It's so much more competitive than it was even a few years ago. And it's getting more
as days go by.
I mean, yeah, I'm just saying you've got Newcastle and Villa who just seem to be very much in that conversation the last couple of years now. You've got teams like Bournemouth and Brighton who are very smart teams who they kind of have very good recruitment, and you can't really rule them out of maybe overperforming and getting into that conversation. And then you got the obvious other members of the top 6, and you got Man United making serious moves, so they're going to be back in the conversation now. So all of a sudden you're looking like, is 8th like where we are at the moment? Like, is anything above 8th overperforming right now? It's like mad, isn't it?
I was talking to someone last night about Thomas Frank and about his coming to Spurs, right? And I was saying that Thomas Frank is probably one of the best managers outside who finished in the top 6 this season. But then I was thinking about it: is he actually like outside the top 6? Who would you say is a better manager than Thomas Frank? I mean, Glasner could be up there. Amorim potentially better manager than Thomas Frank.
Herzl there, but he's only done one season.
I would say Frank right now is a better manager than Herzl.
He's younger. He's still in his 30s.
Yeah.
I think Herzl. But you can't knock him. He got 8th, didn't he?
Yeah.
First season with Brighton. No, I'd say apart from I think there's a conversation about Amorim and Glasner. But apart from those two, I think for me Frank is ahead of Iraola and Silva in my opinion.
Yeah, I said that, and so that means you're talking about him being like the 9th best manager in the Premier League right now.
Something like that. Yeah, the reality is, would any of the top 6 hire him right now? Like, if any of them sack their manager this summer, would he be in the running?
No, he wouldn't. I mean, no.
Maybe for a Newcastle, if Howe left, maybe for Villa or Newcastle, I guess, or Forest.
Yeah, potentially, but I still think it's a step down.
Like, I don't see Chelsea, City, Arsenal, Liverpool look at him.
No, but I still think like Howe's a better manager than him. I think Emery's a better manager than him. So I think it's still a step down, even if they do go for him.
Agreed.
So yeah, you're talking about Frank coming in as 9th best manager in the league. He has to really overperform from a managerial point of view and from a squad point of view as well. Also,
I do hear people say Frank has Brentford been getting better and better. It's not true. Not to say, and not to take anything away from what he's done. He's done amazingly, and the fact that he's kept them in the league every year is phenomenal. But first season I think was 13th, then it was 9th, then it was 16th, and then it was 9th again. So there has been a bit of up and down. It's not to say that isn't an achievement. I think every year he keeps them up is a miracle. I said that I think a year ago. Every year he keeps them in the Premier League is a miracle because of their budget and because of how he does. But this narrative that every year's gotten better, that's not necessarily true. But he's gotten them consistent. But but last year, 16th, it wasn't a great year.
I mean, there were reasons for that though. I mean, last season didn't he had the whole problems with Tony, didn't he? Tony was out for such a long time with the ban and injuries as well after that, and he never seemed to regather his form as well when he did come back. And obviously Tony was a big part.
You say when he has injuries he struggles?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I know what you're trying to say. But managing at Brentford's a bit different to managing at Tottenham Hotspur. But yeah, look, I agreed that Ange suffered with injuries, but he should have done better with those injuries as well. You can't be losing at home to Leicester. But I'm Ange in now, so all that conversation is put to bed.
No, look, I agree with you. There's been problems. I'm just saying, it wasn't like they've been getting better every year. Is my point. I'm not. But that's again not to take away from what he's done. He's done amazingly. I just think I hear a lot of people saying, Frank, every year he loses his best players and every year they get better. It's not. That's not technically true. But they have obviously had 2 ninth place finishes and stayed in the league every year for 4 years.
But I feel like when he first came into the Premier League, he tried to be pretty pragmatic, and he's been trying year on year to play a more expansive and attacking style of play.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last year he was playing more of a 3 at the back, and then the year that's just been, this year, I don't know if you count it as this year or last year, the one that's just been, but what's it called? Yeah, they've definitely been a bit more attacking. Well, they've scored a lot more goals, that's for sure.
So this year they scored 66. Their best ever was 58 2 seasons ago. So they scored a significant amount of goals this season. They're, I think, top 4 or top 5 in the Premier League.
It was a weird year, wasn't it, though, for them? Like, first half of the year, they couldn't win away from home. Second half of the year, they couldn't win at home.
Yeah.
They
did score a lot, concede a lot more this year than what they usually do as well, though.
I feel like, I think for the first half of the season, they had the best home form.
Yeah, they did.
Or for a big part of it.
Yeah, because they won. They literally won them all.
Yeah.
They lost every away game.
I think for the first 15 games or something, they had the best home form in the league.
Yeah.
They're scoring lots of goals. But I think it was a weird season, I don't know, for some reason their schedule, for the first half of the season, they literally played all the bottom team, the whole bottom half of the table at home. Then it flipped. So maybe that led to it. But
the way I kind of assess the Frank appointment, it's an exciting appointment, but equally as risky, pretty much. Because also you don't know how he's going to adapt to being at a much bigger club.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't see it being less risky than keeping Ange, in my opinion. Just with all the circumstances surrounding what bringing Thomas Frank would mean for the club, it's a much different pressure managing Tottenham. We've seen look what happened with David Moyes. He did a phenomenal job at Everton, consistently every year under a budget. Every season was finishing 5th, 6th, 7th in that top 7, not spending what the rivals were spending. Phenomenal job. He did it for 10 years. He did that at Everton. Phenomenal. Went to United and couldn't even last a season because the pressure was too much. It was just too much. The whole circumstance was too much. And we know he's a good manager, but it's just when he went to that size of club, couldn't handle it.
It's true, but that's a much bigger jump than what this is.
Is it? I mean, the difference between Everton and United is bigger than between Brentford and Tottenham. The size of a club.
The Manchester United that he went to, yeah.
The size of a club.
The Manchester United that he went to were Alex Ferguson's Manchester United, the best version of Manchester United we've ever seen.
You're talking about the team. You're talking about team. I'm talking about club, size of club.
Yeah, but you also got to think about in the moment that they're at. And in the moment that they're at, he went there as Premier League champions.
Yeah.
You know, he went there with a squad full of massive egos. Mm-hmm. You know, it's completely different.
Even look at Sam Allardyce, what he did with Bolton. Mm-hmm. Phenomenal. Even again, 5-6 years. He got them promoted. Played some good football with them. Even JJ Okocha, Djorkaeff. Had them in Europe, actually, for a bit. Again, got a move to a big club in Newcastle. Didn't last a season.
Yeah.
So there's no guarantee that Frank comes in. But then again, as you say, you take evidence like Eddie Howe, and he was very different. And he actually did hit the ground running.
Take evidence like Eddie Howe. You take evidence like Mauricio Pochettino.
Pochettino as well. Yeah.
Mauricio Pochettino was at Southampton, and he had his teething problems at Spurs, but ultimately he didn't win anything. But he was a major success at this football.
Yeah, 100%, and it were translated. But again, he was a bit of a revolutionary when you think about it in the Premier League. Pochettino at the time, in terms of how he really dialed the pressing up to 100, whereas Premier League hadn't really seen that too much before him. I don't know if Frank gives us a revolutionary approach.
Yeah. I don't know, man. But look, I would be excited for Frank to come in. I think it would be an exciting appointment with his tactical ability. I think tactically he's a top manager.
I think if we would have lost that final, he's kind of the perfect appointment. But having won that final, all of a sudden, I think it's a different kettle of fish now.
Yeah, and also you've got to deal with trying to get those players back on side, where if we lost the final, it won't be such disgruntlement for the players if they do sack Ange. So just on that aspect alone, like how much the players are behind Ange, surely you just got to give it a go. Like just on that aspect.
Agreed. And I think what could potentially happen could be something really special. Like that is, I think, look, it's a risky. I understand the risk in keeping Ange given the league form this season and given the league form over kind of, if you take that 18-month spell and all these kind of things. I understand the risk, but the potential upside is absolutely ginormous.
Yeah.
It really is. In terms of maybe they will galvanise, maybe he has learned some lessons, maybe we can play like we were doing when he first came here, maybe we can actually do something really, really special with off the back of the togetherness and the closeness of this squad now. Everyone believes in each other, and most importantly, they all believe in what the manager's telling them, because he told them we're going to win a trophy in the second season, and he did it, and they all did it. So that belief in him is going to be absolutely ginormous right now. And what Ange was saying as well, I think after the season when he let them celebrate, he said, "I let them celebrate now, so when I ask them to run through a big wall for me, they'll do it, and they'll be willing to do it." And I think they all are going to be willing to do it. And I think with some smart investments, I really do think there could be something there. I really do. But I understand maybe that's too risky for people to believe in terms of from the outside and fans and even the club, when it comes to how bad, because it was that bad. But look, it's whether you accept the reasons for why it was that bad or you don't. I guess that's just where it comes down to.
Yeah. But look, if there was like an outstanding candidate on the market, and I don't consider Frank as like an outstanding candidate, I just consider him as like an exciting candidate and a decent candidate who's also a massive risk. So if there was...
He's a football tactico favourite, isn't he? The tacticos love him.
For sure. And, if we are going to, they always say we're going down that route of very much data-led, which pretty much every club use right now. But we've the press make us led to believe that it's a revolutionary revolutionary thing that Spurs have just got into. Like Frank is a decent manager to head that kind of department up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Ange Postecoglou, you may as well keep with him, because you just know that if it doesn't go right next season, then we've got a manager waiting in the wings who's desperate to come back. And I firmly believe if it goes wrong with Ange next season and he lasts till the end of the season, you part ways, Pochettino would be that manager coming in the summer.
Yeah, agreed. And that's what. Yeah, I agree.
And I'd much rather go through another season with Ange and bring in Poch at the end of the season than probably cut our losses with Ange now, where you're risking player happiness, fan disgruntlement as well, when you may as well just see if there's anything in this with Ange next season.
And you're gonna and as I've said as well, appointing Frank, you're gonna have to give him time probably, and you need
to give everyone time.
I understand that
Pochettino's going to need time to coming in.
No, but I understand that. But I'm just saying, you're sacking a manager who potentially entering the third year of his project, where you can really have real demands of him and hopefully start really progressing. But if we get Frank, it's like you kind of just have to see how it plays out in a way. You kind of, if you appoint Frank, there's like no expectation. So even if like there's nothing we can really do if he's doing badly, if you know what I mean. Whereas at least with Ange, he doesn't have an excuse and he has that kind of on his head. Whereas with Frank, he's like, you just gotta have to see it play out, which is kind of
feel like the thing is with Ange, I think we'll know quite early on next season if it's going to work or not. I do feel that. Because I feel if he gets off to a bad start, I think players might lose belief quite quickly.
Potentially. Look, you have to see how we're playing, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely fans will for sure be calling for his head if we get off to a bad start. That's for sure.
He's got a lot of goodwill now with the fans with winning that trophy, but that is not going to last long if we get off to a bad start. If we get off to a bad start, it's all going to be going back to the league form last 100%, season.
100%. No, I agree, and that is the risk also, because it can happen. Like say we happened this season. We're playing well, but we weren't getting the results we should have gotten, and it ended up the start that in terms of performance-wise was good, but results-wise it was pretty average, and it was all to poor really. And if the same thing could easily happen this season, where you're playing well, but if you're not getting the results, people keep turning to all the stats and all the losses and everything, and the pressure might be too much at that point.
Yeah. But look, we'll see. Well, again, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Hopefully something will break. Carry on with the super chats. Where are we now? A petition to get Harry Hotspur banned? I'm not too sure about that. I mean,
who's Harry Hotspur?
I think they're talking about the boy Hotspur.
Oh.
You guys can make your own judgments on that. PS2s with a super chat with no comments. So thank you very much. George, you big
Come on.
up to George saying, if Ange Postecoglou is sacked and we don't win anything next season, there needs to be significant demonstrations to get rid of Levy and his board. Ange in. Yeah, look, I agree with that, and I would even say like there should be people outside the training ground and outside the stadium right now, going against the board, because the way that we've just managed this whole situation just screams of incompetency. That's all it does. And you look back at the demos that were happening over the course of the season, we won and it ended up with us winning the cup, fair enough, and you've got to give everyone involved credit. But that shouldn't take away from the fact that how incompetent this board is.
Agreed. Now, you know what? I was listening to Ali Gold today, and he was talking about how he feels so much goodwill is being sapped out from the final because there's nothing happening. He also mentioned something quite interesting about Fabio. He was saying that in terms of bringing Don Fabio in, yes, there's a lot of talk of it, but he's still going through a court case right now, Fabio. So the optics of bringing him in when he's still got a court case to go through in Italy with some of the directors, he's not sure if that's something that maybe that's holding up that as well.
I thought he's been cleared of it.
There's another court case.
Another one.
Yeah. So he's he's not sure if maybe the optics don't look right if he's still going through this court case and they're appointing him. Even the rumours are he's going to be a director, and he's going through this court case. I mean, I don't know.
Who knows, man? It just never ends with Fabio, does it?
Yeah, when we haven't heard any confirmation about it. There's a lot of obviously speculation about him joining, but nothing concrete just yet.
Well, I was led to believe that the reason he didn't go to Milan, the reason why that fell through, is because he can't officially start working until July the 1st, which is just under a month away now.
Mm-hmm. Which doesn't seem a reason not to go for something long term for the sake of a month.
Yeah, I guess they wanted. I don't know. Yeah, that's what was being put in the press, wasn't it?
But maybe it is something to do with this court case.
Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it? Kamikaze says social media football managers and clickbait YouTubers should just buy a National League team and take them to glory as a hive mind of awesomeness.
Let's do it.
Who would back a We Are Tottenham TV FC project?
We are Tottenham FC. Come on.
We would make better chairman than Enid.
Look, we're here to speculate. We're fans just like you. We don't know what's going on, but we're here to talk about it. We're talking it through with you. We're all in this together, people. We're all in this together.
And C9 Manic says, I'll be the football hipster here. I like Frank, but would rather take a chance on Liam Rossignol if we're in the business of making a risky appointment. And Liam Rossignol is actually, he never gets really spoken about, but he's done a fantastic job. Was it with Strasbourg this season? So.
And nearly got Champions League. In fact, I think they might have dropped out of Europe altogether on the last day. I was watching, it was actually a mad game on the last day of the season. They needed to beat a team who was fighting relegation. And there was 2-2, and the team, I can't remember who it was, Le Havre, I think, someone got fouled, the full-time whistle blew, and then VAR went after the full-time whistle to give them a penalty, and they ended up winning 3-2 and staying up. It was pretty crazy. Yeah. But, yeah, they failed, but he seems to be a very good up-and-coming manager. Someone who I think people are going to keep a lot of eyes on.
Yeah, for sure.
But then again, you would have said about the same about Will Still, and he's gone to Southampton.
Yeah. You know, if he does a good job at Southampton.
Yeah, people will be looking at him for sure.
There's a lot of upcoming managers, and the first one that I'm very keen to watch is Ryan Mason. So let's see how he does at West Brom, because he's the one that's obviously with the close ties to Tottenham. And if he does do well at West Brom, there's no doubt about it that Spurs are going to be looking at But anyway, let's get into this Tottenham update. Let's start off talking about Alejo Veliz, because there's been an update on him from journalist Uriel Lucht, Argentinian journalist, says Rosario Central is advancing on the return of Alejo Veliz. Tottenham already has a formal loan offer on the table. It's not a simple deal, but there is optimism that the deal can be struck. I saw another report, I can't remember who it was from, saying there could be an option in the loan for about 4 million.
4 million, wow.
4 million with a very heavy sell-on fee percentage.
Yeah. Look, it's a shame what's happened to Veliz, because as we've said, he was a talented, kind of exciting prospect when we signed him. Player who was just breaking through for Rosario in the Argentinian league, but for one reason or another, whether it be club politics or whether it be him just not being good enough, he hasn't got the opportunities he should have while he was here. And obviously he did pick up a not a great injury in his first season as well, which kept him out, I think, for 2 or 3 months. Then never got a chance with, was it Sevilla, and then he's gone on loan to Espanyol. Started out okay, scored a hat-trick in the cup and got a late winner in another game, and he was looking like a bit of a cult hero at one point. But after the initial decent period, never really nailed a place in the team and never really got a look in, and they didn't really fancy him there either. So at this point, obviously, there's no evidence to suggest he can be part of the Spurs first team. There's no evidence to suggest another loan deal is going to help things, considering he's gone for 2 good loan deals and they've been pretty disastrous. So at this point, I think for his own sake, he's got to just make a move and restart his career again.
Yeah. So it looks like that one is advancing, and he probably will be out the door this summer. Another one is Manor Solomon, as Tom Barkley says that Tottenham are minded to bring Manor Solomon back into the first team setup in pre-season. Graham Bailey says that Manor Solomon has told Tottenham that he wants to fight for his place at the club and thinks he still has a future in North London. Leeds are desperate to bring Solomon back to Ellen Road following his hugely successful loan spell there last season in the Championship, where he got just unbelievable amount of goal contributions. And I do think that's the right course of action to take, is to have another look at him at pre-season.
I think from his point of view,
even from ours,
I'm just saying from his point of view, it makes complete sense, because he hasn't really had a fair shake at Tottenham. And he's come
5 appearances.
Exactly. He came here, 5 appearances, did okay. Well, didn't set the world alight, but also played all right in some games. And then he got a big injury, which ruled him out for a best part of a year. So from his point of view, this was his big break, wasn't it, coming to Tottenham and getting that big move. Chance to really show what level he's at. And then, for no fault of his own, really, he picked up that big injury and he never really got a look in. Now, I was saying at the beginning of the season, if Solomon is to have a future at Tottenham, what he needs to do is when he drops. If I would say, I actually said it, I wouldn't be surprised if he drops down to the Championship. But what he needs to do, even if he does, is prove he's too good for that league. Get his confidence back and prove that is not his level. He's at a much higher level than that, and he did do that in my opinion. Obviously, after the first couple of months, again, it was a struggle, maybe getting over those injuries. But once he got that confidence back, the guy was flying, absolutely flying, scoring goals, getting assists every single week, and led them to promotion, really. I think, did he get their player of the season, I think, or was up there? So, obviously, they love him there. Now, what we've got to decide for Tottenham is he good enough to... Do we think this guy has potential to take over from Son, potentially? Like, be good enough to be our number 1 winger? Do we think he's good enough for us next season to be part of the first team? Or now his stock is quite high, is this a good chance to cash in on him and get a good fee, because we did get him on a free, and for PSR that's an extra 20 million in profit we can in theory spend. And as well, if the rumours are sell to buy and there's a sellable asset there, you might just have to do it, just because if that's the case. Now I don't know our finances. Now we can all speculate. We've heard rumours of sell to buy. I don't believe it's sell to buy, but I also do believe any transfer we make is going to help with the budget, right? Anything we do make, we'll be able to reinvest on top of any budget we have. And if it was a choice between keeping Solomon around and seeing if he could actually be the guy to solve our winger problems, or getting some money for him and reinvesting that and trying to getting some, like, doesn't have to be an Eze, but someone like an Eze or someone who we really believe could be the answer, I would probably lean towards right now the latter. I'll probably sell him and reinvest it, because even though he's done well, from what I saw from him before the injury at Tottenham and what I've seen him in his career, I think he's clearly a good player. I don't know if he's the answer for us. I don't know if he's at that level that we need to be Champions League and all that kind of stuff, if he's the guy. But look, I'm open to seeing him in pre-season and seeing what the club think of him. But right now, I would still sell him.
Yeah, the way I look at Manor Solomon is, when he came to Spurs, obviously he had all the injury problems in his season at Spurs. But even before he was at Spurs at Fulham, he had major injury problems.
Mm-hmm.
He did look good, really good, for like a 4 or 5 game period at Fulham where he was scoring banger after banger after banger. And that's probably the period that convinced us to go and get him. He did do really well, obviously, under De Zerbi at Shakhtar as well. He came into Spurs, played 5 games, a bit hit and miss, some good games, some poor games, made an impact. It was mainly against, like, you know, the Sheffield Uniteds and the Burnleys. That's where he probably had his best 2 games at Spurs. But look, it's not really a sample size that you can judge him on in terms of if you want to keep him in the future or not. And I think that now he's gone to Leeds, yeah, albeit a step down in the Championship, but he's had a season injury-free. His confidence is probably rocketed sky high now, where it's been for the majority of his English campaign anyway, ever since he's been in English football, because, like I said, injuries after injuries after injuries. And I just feel like taking a look at him in pre-season and seeing if he can kind of replicate that form from the Championship in the Premier League now, because I think he can be a Premier League player for sure. And if he can replicate that form for us, it's going to be invaluable to us. We might have a player already there that can make a real impact. Whether it's I don't think he can be the long-term successor to Son's role. I don't think he's that good. But what I do think he can do is have an impact for us in the season, whether it be coming off the bench, whether it be starting cup games, whether it be used as a squad option. I think he's good enough to be used in that capacity. And I feel like now is the time to try that out. And if we don't try it out now, then, you know, we might be losing. I wouldn't say losing like a massive part of the team where he can take us on to the next level, but a really good squad option to have. And I feel like he could make more of an impact next season, as like while we're waiting for these players to develop, like an Odebear, like a Tell, like these young players that we have at the club.
I hear that. I also feel, though, squad numbers are already at a premium. You know, we've got quite a bloated squad. Amazing. Even though we trimmed it a lot last summer, it's now become bloated again. There's already limited spaces. We've got homegrown problems. And again, it's just like if you look at our squad, there's not many. We went through it, didn't we, to keep loan or sell. In terms of that first team squad, you had like Bissouma, Richarlison, Davis. Apart from that, there's not really too many you actually really want to sell.
Yeah.
And so when you've got someone like Solomon there, who we could get a decent fee for, just makes more sense to me right now. But I think I understand what you're saying. If you've got a player who can really contribute and you believe and could get you 10 goals, 10 assists, and you don't just give them away for 20 million, maybe that's something we could use. But right now, I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah. But like I said, I think the first point of call should be bringing him in pre-season, let him have a pre-season with us, and then we take it from there and let the coaches have a real good look at him when his confidence is this high.
Okay.
Next up, we're going to talk about Yves Bissouma. Publications out in Turkey, favourite publications out in Turkey.
Most reliable.
Say that Fenerbahce are now intensifying their efforts to bolster their midfield with Tottenham Hotspur player Yves Bissouma. Bissouma is understood to be emerging as a prime target for Jose Mourinho this summer.
Mourinho does love African players. You've said it before, hasn't he?
But also, there's another report coming out of Turkey from a different publication saying that Spurs have offered both Bissouma and Richarlison to Fenerbahce.
I mean, I think I wouldn't be surprised that they're interested in him. To be honest, I think he would be a good move for them. Whether Bissouma thinks it's Turkey time yet or not, I don't know. I don't think he's that bad. He has to go to Turkey just yet, in my opinion. I think he's got a lot to offer, but I think he'll wait and see if there's any Premier League moves. And if not, maybe he'll consider it. Maybe he'll think he wasn't here under Jose, was he? No. He'll think it's a chance to work under Jose, and that's something he'd be interested in doing. But I don't know. I don't think it's time for Turkey just yet for either of them, I would say.
I feel like if they end up in Turkey, it will be like last few days of the window kind of move.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like. I think the Turkish window always is left open a bit longer than the European windows or the UK window, isn't it? So I feel like this one, if it is going to get done, it'll probably get done once the window's shut and once all the options are kind of gone for them.
And I think there will be options. I think him and Bissouma, him and Richarlison, I think there's going to be options. There's going to be interest in both.
This next one broke yesterday with Florian Plettenberg saying that Tottenham have entered the race for top talent. Victor Froholt. Frankfurt are still actively pursuing. Leverkusen have also added him to the shortlist. 19-year-old central midfielder is under contract with Copenhagen until 2028. Several other top European clubs are also monitoring him closely. I mean, we were looking into him last night and looked like a very Bergvall-esque signing. And look, I'm all for bringing in top talented teenagers, but we need bloody experience, man. Enough of these teenagers.
That's what we were told. We learned that's the priority in centre mid, is an experienced midfielder. So a 19-year-old kid from Copenhagen doesn't really represent that. Now, I don't know how good this guy actually is. Maybe this guy is the next big thing, and we don't want to miss out on him. But he's apparently, from what I hear, he's a number 8 as well. So he's going to be competing with the likes of Bergvall and Sarr for his position. And we were told that Tottenham's priority is to bring an experienced midfielder to kind of help us with the workload in the Champions League, and which also improves the team, which we don't have. So, look, I don't want to sit here and say no because he's rubbish or anything like that. It just doesn't make sense right now. The only thing that does potentially make sense is I did hear that he was heavily linked to Brentford a couple of years ago, or a year ago, and that's what. Apparently Thomas Frank really wanted him and they couldn't get over the line, but maybe if the Frank rumours are true, maybe there is more truth to it.
If he is like kind of the same level of Bergvall or better,
I mean,
surely it's a deal you got to do.
If it is, I mean, again, you're going to have to give him a bit of time, but yeah, I mean, if we have 2 Bergvalls there or 2 players of that level, I mean, that would be something special.
It's also very significant that he's already made his first cap for the national team. 19 years of age, playing for Copenhagen, already played for the Danish first team where they've got midfielders like Højbjerg and Hjulmand and these kind of guys. They've got top players in the middle of the park there, and he's already had his first cap.
I just don't know where he fits in. Like, I don't know, unless we're letting go of Benzema as well, and I don't know, but he's not number 6, this guy. So where does we've got Maddison, we've got I know
they say he's very versatile, that can play literally anywhere across the midfield, and he's even filled in on the wing at times.
Yeah, but he's not a winger. He's not a winger. He's a midfielder. He's a centre mid, and he's a centre mid that's filled in on out wide. But we're not going to be playing him out wide. Well, I don't think we are anyway.
No,
he can play in the midfield, but he's not a traditional number 6. We've got Maddison there in the 10. I know Decky's got the injury problems, but we've got him as well. You got Bergvall, you got Sarr, you got Bentancur, who might be getting a new contract. Bissouma might be on his way, but another young number 8. I don't know how he fits into the first team.
Another player that's interesting from Copenhagen is Rooney Bargi. He hasn't. There's no links to him at this moment in time, but his contract runs out at the end of the current year in December. He's just come over his ACL. He's had another injury setback as well since then. I mean, do you think clubs are just going to hesitate on him until he gets back to full fitness? But is he going to get back to proper full fitness before the end of his contract?
Yeah, I think someone's probably going to take a punt on him, but
it'll probably be us.
Yeah, maybe it'll be us. But obviously we were heavily linked with him before the ACL, and he was also, didn't he say? He said something about Decky and Bergvall being here and everything, but it's so risky. But he hasn't shown his previous form since coming back. We don't know what condition he's in. I just don't think we're going to take that risk right now.
Next up, we're going to talk about defender Coney De Winter. Inter publications are saying that Tottenham are understood to have made a concrete offer to the Genoa defender to join the club. Villarreal ready to rival both Spurs and Inter Milan for the signature of the Belgian defender Coney De Winter.
Yeah, a lot of talk about him. I think this guy, obviously a lot of talk about from Inter's point of view of Bissek leaving and maybe he can replace him. I think this guy, he's done all right when he's played for Belgium, I've seen. And yeah, I haven't seen him play too much for Genoa. I don't know how good he really is, but I've heard a lot of people talking about him, about something really positive.
Yeah, what kind of style defender is he? Like, is he a left footer, right footer? Will he be in competition with Romero, Van de Ven? Like, where does he fit in?
Says here, doesn't say what foot he is here. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know too much about him. Right-footed. So I think if I remember rightly, isn't he quite good on the ball? That's what he's good at. But I don't know too much about him. I just know he's a young defender doing quite well in the Serie A. I don't know. I don't know if he's the guy.
So was he the guy that came in to replace Dragoshin at Genoa then? Is that where he was, or was he playing alongside Dragoshin?
I'm not sure. So he played 25. So yeah, so he played 29 games last season. So
Right,
he was playing alongside him. Yeah.
And last but not least, another one about Jan Bissek, as Calcio Mercato say that Tottenham are pressing hard to sign Bissek. Inter Milan chief executive Piero Orzilio was in London yesterday for talks to sell the centre-back. Inter Milan's interest in Dragusin could be used as leverage. And it does make a bit of sense. You know, Dragoshin, obviously very good in the Italian league last year. The way Inter play, I don't know how they're going to play under new manager, but if it was like Inzaghi with the three at the back, Dragoshin would have been perfect for that system, and I think he could flourish in that system.
Obviously, we don't know. We got their new manager, don't they, Kivu. We don't know how he's going to play, but I think Dragoshin, maybe they look at that at the moment and think, because we know they got some financial troubles, maybe they need to sell. Maybe they're looking at the Dragoshin thing, saying he had this ACL, but he's actually recovered quite quickly. He's back on the grass, and maybe it's not going to affect him too much. And maybe this is quite an ideal time to get him at quite a low, kind of when his stock is quite low. It might be a good time to pounce on him. And if they're looking to kind of get some money for Bissek and also bring in a replacement, kind of kills two birds with one stone. If they get a player who did very well in Serie A, was kind of touted from nearly signed for Bayern, a lot of teams wanted him at the time. Tottenham obviously won his signature, and is a player that they know could do it in that league. So maybe and a young defender as well. So maybe they're thinking it's a good opportunity if they're looking to get rid of Bissek. But Bissek's done well for them. He's a very good defender. I think he could do quite well at us. The only worry is he a bit of like a Sanchez, a Davinson in terms of maybe not the mistakes. He's very good defensively, but like on the ball needs quite a bit of work. And in a back three, maybe you can get away with it a bit more potentially. But a back two, especially if we're trying to replace Romero, is it the right fit? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, replacing Romero is like nigh on impossible, to be honest. Like, how are you going to replace Romero with, first of all, a player that's pretty much only just broken in to the first team this season, nowhere near the experience levels of Cuti Romero. And when you're talking about Romero, just gone given the captaincy, he was captain for Argentina last night, albeit he gave the captaincy over to Messi when he came on, but he's just been named as third choice captain behind Messi and Otamendi, who are both at the twilight of their career. So, he is the heir to the throne, essentially, for the captaincy of Argentina. Proper leader at the back, massive game player. Like, replacing someone like Romero is going to be absolutely impossible. So I don't know what direction we go in.
Yeah, we just got to be smart. We got to find someone who we think is the right fit, who's good on the ball, who's brave like Romero, and just try and find that kind of profile. But it's going to be hard to find.
Yeah, well, that is your Tottenham update. Let us know your thoughts about all those news stories in the comments section below. We've got some quotes from Kevin Danso in an interview we did a couple of days ago, and I thought they were really good quotes, so let's go through them. First one, he was talking about his time at Tottenham so far, and he says, "I love it, I feel good, I've always given my all, the fans love me. Of course, the competition is fierce, that's normal at such a big club. I only arrived in the winter, but I'll fight for the badge." So, I mean, everything in that aspect is pretty much true. We've seen it with our very own eyes, don't we? He probably fights for that badge,
for sure. He's a warrior, and he must be loving it because he was about to join Wolves. He's been drafted in. He got a last-minute hijack from Tottenham, a massive club. Like, he probably didn't expect that at the start of January. He was going to get such a big move, and he's come in. Ingratiated himself to the fans quite quickly, and he's become a Europa League winner, coming on in the final and getting us over the line as well. So he feels a big part of that. So he must be like buzzing at the moment in terms of how it's gone.
It's really nice to hear that he feels that love from the fans because he is very much loved. Spurs fans, pretty much since he's come in, have been waxing lyrical about him. And yeah, like, he's not of the quality of a Mickey van der Ven and a Romero, but he's something that this club and this team have been missing for so long, is a centre-back that can come in off the bench, that just comes in and does the business and is a high-quality player.
Yeah, and I think the drop-off with him isn't as big, and he's good aerially as well. Probably the better aerially than Romero and Van der Ven. So he does have offer things that the other two don't, so he's good.
Yeah. He's also asked that now he's signed permanently, what is his initiation song going to be when they all come back for pre-season? And he says probably something like Adele, because she's a Spurs fan. So which Adele song do you reckon he's going to be singing?
Set Fire to the Rain.
Set Fire to the Rain, yeah. And then he's talking about the Europa League final and celebrating with the fans and stuff. And he was saying it was an incredible feeling to see how much joy we brought to the fans. Winning something with a club like Tottenham makes the feeling even sweeter. It was incredible. I hadn't even realised it on the pitch. I slid down to my knees to the fans. I didn't realise it right away. Right after the game, it was like a dream. It wasn't until 2 days after that I truly realised that I was a European Cup winner. If you're not in London yourself, you don't realise what a fan base we have. From outside, you think there's more Arsenal fans in North London, but in my opinion, there are more Tottenham fans. It was definitely the craziest season of my career, many ups and downs, but it ended well with when everything is forgotten. When you join a top club, there's always competition. I've read that part already, but first of all, in terms of that feeling of it not like setting in, that's exactly how we felt as fans, wasn't it? Like, I was even like, when I got back from London after Bilbao, I was like, it just felt like a whole dream. Like,
it was a fever dream,
it didn't sink in for ages for me until after.
100%. And then not only that, and then being on the high road and seeing the level of fans that came to the parade and the joy, and just it really started to like sink in then, just like what we had actually done, what we had achieved. And it was an amazing few days, and it's something that we just haven't enjoyed as Tottenham fans.
Yeah, and you saw how much the team were enjoying it on that coach as well. Like, yeah, unbelievable.
They were loving it, yeah.
Unbelievable scenes. And the comment about the Spurs and Arsenal fans, he's saying he feels that there are more Tottenham fans in North London than there are Arsenal fans.
Is that a dig at Arsenal fans being from South London?
Yeah. Big up Kevin Danso. He's probably right, because all the Arsenal fans probably should originate from South London.
Exactly. And to be fair, I would also say maybe he hasn't seen so many Arsenal fans since he's been here, because they're all in hiding at the moment. That's why. It's all the Tottenham fans out and proud and celebrating the trophy, and Arsenal nowhere to be seen. Yeah,
I think like when you saw that parade, when like for the players, for example, when you saw that, especially like the foreign ones, they'd be like, wow, I didn't even know we had this many fans, like especially in London. Like, wow, you just like the sheer amount of people, 250,000 people lining the high road.
Yeah, because I think how Tottenham had probably talked about a lot of the time in the media and stuff. Maybe
Little old Tottenham and all that.
Huh?
Little old Tottenham.
Yeah, they belittle Tottenham, exactly. Yeah. So maybe they would realise how big we actually are, and we are a very, very big football club. And then over 200,000 people at the parade. Maybe it really started to hit, and yeah, I think for sure in North London, maybe there is more Tottenham fans in North London than Arsenal.
Debatable.
How many Arsenal fans were at their last parade? I don't even know when they had one.
Back in 2004 or 2005. Is that when they last had
they have one?
They had one when Jack Wilshere, and the first thing he did on his parade was talk about Tottenham.
Exactly.
They just had one for the Women's Champions League final.
Okay, I don't think there were 200,000 people.
No, definitely not.
But for the FA Cup, I reckon, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a similar amount.
Yeah. And also, yeah, look, but that's for an FA Cup as well. You'd imagine there was probably more when they won the league.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. But anyway, forget Arsenal. Arsenal in the mud right now. Like,
look, if Danso says there's more fans, I believe him.
Yeah. I'll believe him as well.
I'll believe him.
So big up to Danso. I think those comments and the interview was pretty good, to be honest. But any other chats to get into? Here's one from your number one fan, Crazy Rat.
Big up to Crazy Rat.
Acknowledge your tribal chief sim. Fingers up, guys.
You got a bit sus at the end, but big up to you, Crazy Rat. Big up to you.
All right. Did you have stuff for us to react to?
Yeah, we've got some stuff on X we can react to. We can look at.
All right.
as we await any sort of news.
Oh, this one's funny. Have you got it ready? All right, let's get into this stuff. No fan. The stages of every Tottenham fan over the last 2 weeks. You get back from Bilbao. Look at that. Can you open the picture up? You get back from Bilbao. You can't really see.
Well, you have to move us.
Brilliant smile.
One sec. Yeah, there you go.
Look at Ali goes.
Yeah,
Literally all of us on the way
biggest
back
smile.
from Bilbao, and then a week later,
It's like,
we're
still
just
happy.
like, do we still not know what's going on?
like,
I'm still
still happy.
delighted, but like, yes, it's
And now we're 12 days after. Like, for fuck's sake.
3 stages of a
Depression.
Tottenham fan over the last 2
Oh,
weeks.
Ali gone encapsulated it perfectly. I don't know if he did that intentionally, how it's gone, or is that just how it's played out, but it's absolutely brilliant.
Next up, this is interesting. This is the guy, the Danish guy from Copenhagen. Look at who he's following. Following Sonny, Madders, Spurs, Bergvall.
Is there something going on there?
Is it ominous?
Is it ominous? Has he recently started following them? Has he always followed them? Is there something going on? Is there a reason he's
I
liking
think it's
this?
ominous, mate.
Yeah, it's ominous. He's
Yeah.
following all the Spurs players. Is there a reason for that? Usually, when someone's about to sign for a club, they do start to follow everything.
Yeah.
But maybe he already did. Maybe he did it a year ago. Who knows?
Billy T says, Lange, are you okay? Got a bit of something for blonde teenagers.
He has a type.
mate.
He has the type of signing he likes, that's for sure. That's when he's looking at throw hole now. That's maybe how we should identify who we're going to sign. Just look at who's like young and blonde, and that's like who's going to be in the running.
Yeah, absolutely. ESPN bring up those quotes from Kevin Danso talking about more Tottenham fans in North London than Arsenal. But I think you called it spot on. He knows full well all the Arsenal fans are in South London.
Exactly. Danso knows the history. Big up to him.
BLTHFC, this is Tottenham Hotspur every 2 years. I no longer have a manager. I can't be managed.
Yeah, so we just can't.
That
You
is
know what's
literally
mad?
Tottenham in a nutshell.
I just saw a tweet from Lee McQueen. Postecoglou is now the 4th longest serving manager under Enoch.
Which is mad, isn't it?
4th longest.
Mad.
Only Yol, Redknapp, and Poch.
That's just mad.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's crazy, isn't it?
2 seasons he's had.
Yeah, that's all he's had. Yeah, he's the 4th longest. And how many managers they've had? What, 15?
Isn't it more than that?
60? Is it 2 since 2001?
Isn't it more than that?
I guess if you're counting interims or not.
List of Tottenham managers. So
Since
it doesn't give me a proper list.
no,
Doesn't give me a proper list. Oh, here we go. This is the website. So, since
2001, since Hoddle.
since Hoddle. So one was they've got interims though in here though. Hoddle, Pleat, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
17 include like 3 interims, maybe.
Yeah.
So 17 managers. He's the 4th longest serving.
Mad.
Madness. Absolute madness.
Levy out. No context. Tottenham. This was a Lego version of the Europa
Yeah,
League
you should
final.
go. There's a full 2-minute thing. They literally got match highlights in Lego and the trophy lift as well, which is here you go. Let's watch the trophy lift in Lego.
Oh. Hey! Whoever.
I'll watch it in
It's not
anything.
AI, which I'm pretty sure it is, but if it's not
I
AI,
don't know.
If it's not AI, how is that not AI?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it is. I think someone actually did that.
Moving around.
It's stop motion. It's literally every little. Must have taken hours. I reckon it's not
chance.
AI.
You think someone actually done that?
Yeah,
Nah, it can't be.
I reckon they have.
That's got to be AI.
I think it's too accurate to be AI. You reckon? I don't know. I'm not certain. I think someone might have done it.
But if someone has done that, they have got way too much time on their hands because that must have taken bloody hours upon hours upon hours.
Yep. Maybe it was the board doing it.
So
That's what they've been doing this video. Can't decide on the manager.
You've got Daniel Levy and
See, look, people are saying not AI, it's stock motion. It's not AI in the comments.
If it's not AI, that is just mad. There's a lot of work that's gone into that.
It's Lego animation, the guy said on YouTube.
It's just mad.
Mm-hmm.
Proper talent, man, to do that.
Yeah, it's very talented.
Kane from the Lane saying June the 5th, and we don't know who the manager will be, who our director of football, head of recruitment will be, whether our captain will stay, whether our best player will be sold, and any transfer targets. Daniel Levy's Tottenham.
Yeah, that is where we're at the moment. Ah, God. When are we ever going to just end this vicious cycle? Maybe he is leaving. What happened to that? We were told he was going. This is all going to come out. He's going to be leaving. He's in trouble. He's a power struggle. That's all gone quiet.
Everything's gone. Maybe that's why it's gone quiet, because nobody knows what's going on anywhere.
Maybe there is takeover. Maybe there's a takeover happening.
But there
Maybe
better be after all.
There better be a bloody takeover.
Kramer says Thomas Frank won just one of his first 10 matches at Brentford, and the bookies are right then. I think it will this end in tears.
I forget that, but just look at the odds. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, the odds have changed since then.
So less than this now.
Yeah, it's 1.33.
Which is what in, I don't know what that is. This is what 0. What's this 1.5?
Yeah.
So it's even lower now.
Yeah.
Ange is going up. So what's Ange at the moment?
3.4.
I don't know what he's in Silver still.
Yeah, 11th.
So literally, it's Frank, Ange, and Silver. Then after that, it's Carrick. That's ridiculous.
Yep. Then Glasner, Xavi.
That's
Irola.
how bad the market is. With the fourth favourite for the manager is the guy who just got sacked as Middlesbrough manager. He's the fourth favourite for the job.
But the only reason is because he used to play for Tottenham. That's
Still,
literally
that's
the
mad.
only reason.
That's crazy.
It means nothing though, because like he's not actually in the running.
Why is he lower odds than
Because it's literally between Frank and Postecoglou and everyone else.
Silver's a bit lower as well?
Yeah, but still, it's massive odds for Silver.
11
still.
to 1, yeah.
It's
That list
basically
is not great, is
Frank. It's between Frank and Postecoglou, and everyone else is just just stuck a number by his name.
it? Davide Ancelotti's even there.
Guti.
Guti. What's he doing at the moment? Is it just because he was good at passing?
Pretty much.
So that gets you involved in the Tottenham job. Roberto Martinez, Southgate.
So Carrick, Glasner, and Xavi are all same odds.
Yeah, the bookies believe it's just between but surely they're not looking at anyone else. Are they only looking at Frank? Do you reckon?
Well, that's the only strong rumours in the press. So that's that. THFC _ Maastricht says, just a thought, but Thomas Frank and Tottenham have already talked about transfer strategy. Maybe Ange was sacked yesterday, and now we're moving to some targets that Thomas Frank wants. That's why I think we're in the race for Froholt. Also worth mentioning, Thomas Frank and Froholt share the same agent.
So maybe there's more evidence.
That is quite interesting.
So we have the
Sharing
announcement.
same instrument.
We have the LinkedIn. We have Froholt. It's all lining up.
We have no anniversary Ange.
No anniversary Ange. The evidence is piling up. It's fair to say.
But
Evidence
why can't
is
they just
piling
let
up.
us all know?
I don't know. I don't know what the hold-up is. God. Well, like if, as Frank said, yes. What are they waiting on? Ange is back home from holiday now. I don't know what the hold-up is. It's very frustrating.
Maybe the hold-up is that Ange is back from holiday and they're doing this whole blockbuster video with Ange saying, season 3 incoming. Big announcement video coming.
And we've got no release of the documentary as well.
Yeah, what is going on with that documentary?
Where's the behind the scenes? They teased us and then they don't show anything.
A week ago today, we got that, this documentary is coming soon.
Well, nothing.
When soon?
Nothing. No video. Don't tell us. Don't show us the clip. Say coming soon. No date. No nothing. And then they just never release it. What's going on? If you do that with no date, that means literally 1 or 2 days. Usually, it doesn't mean. But usually, if it's going to be like in a few weeks, you give a date. of when it's going to be. Usually, if it's coming soon with no date, that means that it's going to be soon.
Hotspur Hype says if Pep left City, wouldn't hire Thomas Frank. If Slot left Liverpool, wouldn't hire Frank. If Arteta left, Arsenal wouldn't hire Frank. If Maresca got sacked, Chelsea wouldn't hire Frank. They didn't look at him before Maresca. If Amorim got sacked, United wouldn't hire Thomas Frank. They didn't look at him before Amorim. If Eddie Howe left, Newcastle wouldn't hire Thomas Frank. If Emre left, Villa wouldn't hire Thomas Frank. Why the fuck are Tottenham fans begging for him? I think
Chelsea did look at him, didn't they?
Wasn't
he in the running with McKenna?
I'm not sure if he was or not. I can't really remember. But I think Villa and Newcastle would both look at him. Whether they actually go for him, I don't know. I think they'll definitely look at him.
I think he'd be in the running for those two, yeah.
I agree with the others, Arsenal, Chelsea, United. But, you know, it doesn't mean he's a bad manager, and it doesn't mean he shouldn't be considered for the Tottenham role. When you're looking at other managers on the market, let's say they are convinced Ange has to go, right? If they are, what other managers in the market would you say that those clubs would look at right now?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's tough, slim picking, especially when you read out the list of the bloody favourites.
Yeah.
Not many of those I think they would look at.
Like, I know Arsenal's next manager is going to be Cesc Fabregas. I think we can all agree on that.
Arsenal's?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Obviously, you would have said Inzaghi, but he's on Saudi.
Liverpool's next manager is probably going to be Jurgen Klopp. I wouldn't even bet back against that.
Yeah. Yeah, the manager market is not great at the moment. It's not great. Frank's probably the best on the market, apart from, well, Glasner's not on the market. But
but Glasner might be on the market when these kind of clubs are looking for an next manager.
Yeah, he might do. But I don't know. I don't know if one of these clubs would appoint Glasner even.
Depends how well Glasner does.
Yeah.
In the end. Like, he's won an FA Cup with Crystal Palace.
He's done brilliant.
League with
I still don't know if one of these clubs would have. That's fine for our level, but I don't know if it's fine for City, Liverpool, Arsenal right now. I don't
know. Next one is, why did Ange finish 17th? Invert the wing, always there to back up Big Ange.
Come on, invert the wing.
So the first one is goes through the injuries, illnesses, suspensions.
It's mad, all these graphics throughout the whole season.
At 1 point. Forster, Madison, Charlison, Sarr, Davis, Romero, Van der Ven, Udogie, Vicario, Odobert. And then the next one is the current injury list at 1 point as well, with Solanke, Madison, Romero, Vicario, Johnson, Udogie, Werner, Odobert, Dragoshin, Van der Ven, and Richarlison. And then another moment in the season was Richarlison, Sarr, Madison, Spence, Johnson, Solanke, Werner, Udogie, Romero, Van der Ven, Vicario, Odobert.
Oh, it was nuts. What do you think of the rumours that invert the wing is Ryan Mason?
Yeah, I think it's a load of bollocks, to be honest.
He said apparently they share a birthday.
They share a birthday.
But basketball kicked off the rumours, apparently. He said, no, there was two things. First of all, he asked him when's his birthday, and he said June 13th, that's the same birthday as Mason. And he said, I'm going to have to log off soon because I'm starting a new job. That was just before Mason got appointed. And then Mason got appointed as West Brom manager. So is invert the wing Ryan Mason, people? Is that who's been defending Ange this whole time? What do we think?
I'll let you guys make your own conclusions from
More
that
conspiracies going on here.
We're going to turn into a conspiracy channel.
Yeah, it's forgotten at this point. There's nothing else to talk about but conspiracy.
Super Spurs says, I'm convinced Ange stays. They would have sacked him already if they were going to. He would have been bitter in any interviews post-Europa, and he wouldn't be talking about next season. Levy needs to back him more than ever. The media will leak it soon enough. He's staying. And I hope he's right. But
I wish I shared your confidence, Super Spurs.
Yeah, I hope I wish he was right, but I just don't think he is. And Ange, in his post-Europa interviews, didn't seem convinced he was going to be here next season. He was talking like loosely about next season, but there was just something about when he was speaking about it and some of the comments he made just didn't fill me with much confidence that he's confident that he's going to keep the job.
Well, he was kind of just... I think he was talking as if there was a good chance he won't be. In terms of he was saying, like, if I'm not here next season, I'm not worried. I'm still going to have a great future. I'm going to continue to manage, he was saying. I've got great kids, all these sort of things, wasn't he saying stuff like that? So that tells me he clearly, and also obviously the Brighton game, they asked, what's going on in the future, and he was like, you're asking the wrong person, and all this kind of stuff. So clearly that tells me he's not convinced that he is staying. But obviously when he's talking about season 3 better than season 2, and he's did that interview with the Aussie media, talking about next season. Clearly, this is a guy who really wants to stay and really believes that he can do something good if he stays. But 100%, he's talking like a guy who's not convinced he is staying.
Yeah. Costas says, we lose absolutely nothing keeping Ange. The man behind how happy we all are right now. Worst case scenario, we're not very good, and he goes during the season. Best case, this could be the greatest era our club has ever seen. Truly the start of something special. And yeah, I mean, that's how I kind of think about it as well. It's just like, so what? Like, if he doesn't do well, you sack him next season, and then we know fully, like, this guy's not the man.
Mm-hmm.
At least give it off on the back of that trophy win, the best days of our lives. You know what I mean? Like, just give him the chance, and if he improves on that, then we're in for a special era.
I've always said, and I said it throughout the whole season, that this Tottenham right now, where we're at, and given where we are in terms of in the food chain of the Premier League, we need stability. We need to be sticking with the project. We need to be building towards something, and we need to have someone. It's good for us. Obviously, it becomes untenable. It does, but we need to have someone, a manager, who can really be at us for a while, and that's how the best way we're going to catch up with some of the top teams is by stability and by building a way of football, building a philosophy, ingraining it into the team and all that kind of stuff. And Ange now been here 2 years. Obviously, I said throughout the season, I don't think you should bin it unless you really think you must, like if you really have to. And I think after that Europa League win, there's something now, there's something tangible to cling on to suggest, okay, he's got that trophy. All the players are behind him. There's something to build here. There's something to actually build on and go forward with. Whereas you go in another direction with Frank, it's another project. He's starting again. He's going to want to play his way. You might need different players, all this kind of stuff. And that, I think it just sets us back a bit. And look, sometimes you do need to go back to go forward. I understand that. And maybe they feel like we were there. We're at that point, 17th, 22 losses. At this point, we have to go back to go forward because it was that bad. And then, look, maybe there is a case for that. But for me, if there's still a chance, if there's any chance we can move forward and continue on where we are, rather than starting again, I would rather pick that path. And I do believe it's there. I believe there is still a pathway. We can keep moving forward with Ange. We can keep the squad together. We can keep everything together and keep that consistency and try and get closer to those top teams. I really believe that. But it's and I think that's what Costas is kind of alluding to. Like, yes, it might still go wrong, but the worst case is basically start again in November rather than now. Whereas the upside is it could go really well, and maybe we actually could build something really, really special. Whereas if we bring another manager, it's unlikely. It could happen, but it's very unlikely that we do something immediately. It's going to take a bit of time.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. AJTHFC is saying, everyone has different opinions on the Ange saga, but we all know this will never be forgotten.
Yeah,
Ange up there with the best managers in the history of this football club. Bill Nicholson, Keith Birkinshaw, and now Ange Postecoglou, all UEFA Europa League winners, 72, 84 and 2025. And there's also something else that all these three managers have in common as well. They've all had the worst 3 league campaigns in the history of this football club as well, where Keith Birkinshaw took this club down. And, if it was in the day of social media in 77 when we went down, he would have been sacked probably with the amount of abuse that would have been coming his way. But he went down, he got the chance, brought back up, and he got us 81, 82 and 84. It's cup success. And Bill Nicholson, obviously everyone knows what Bill Nicholson did to his football club, double winning side in 61, the UEFA Cup in 62, other trophies in there as well. And he actually, he's a bit of a different case because he had his worst season in his last season when he ended up going at some point during that season as well. So, I think there could be similarities between Keith Birkinshaw and Ange Postecoglou, where Keith Birkinshaw came in from, pretty much a completely unknown manager
came in, took the club down, brought it up and gave us success. Ange Postecoglou didn't exactly take the club down, but he took us to 17th.
He did take the 17th, yeah. But he did that so he can win a trophy.
Yeah. And last but not least, Johnny H. Here is Ange at the Spurs presser telling us that league success is a better indicator of progress than winning a cup. There you have it from his own mouth. Therefore, with 34 league defeats in 2 seasons, he must go, in my opinion. Thoughts?
Look, in my mind,
I don't disagree with that.
I'm sure Ange still agrees with it.
Definitely he still agrees with it. But league success is, I've said that all season, league success is a barometer of where you're at as a football club, 100%. But he didn't say that knowing everything that was going to go on during the season first and foremost. And if everything didn't go on during the season, we would not have finished 17th. We wouldn't have that many defeats.
Or at least he wouldn't have any leg to stand on for doing so. I think the reality is when we had all those major injuries and we were doing what we were doing during the season, and then once the injuries came back, we only had the Europa League to fight for. Not only did we only have the Europa League, but we also had to kind of manage a lot of those players coming back from injury and they couldn't play every game. He had to kind of pick and choose when he was going to play them. That led to the decision of, okay, we're going to just go for this Europa League. We're going to put all our resources. Well, we're going to prioritise it, essentially. We're going to play our best team in that Europa League and really go for it. And that led to a historically low league position, but also led to winning in Bilbao, led to us winning our first major trophy in 17 years. That's what it led to. So I'm sure if you speak to Ange now, he knows that 17th is unacceptable. He knows it's a terrible league position. He knows that the league is... Getting consistent results in the league is where you really breed success in terms of the long-term vision at a football club. 100%, of course he knows that. And I think he would agree with that. He doesn't think, 17th is fine. He knows it's absolutely unacceptable. But he also will understand the reasons why more than anyone, he'll understand the reasons why we finished 17th, why that happened, and how we can make sure it doesn't happen again. And yes, we did finish 17th, but as you say, if we prioritise the league instead of the Europa League, I don't think we finish in that position. If we didn't have a 3-month period with double-digit injuries, I don't think we finish in that position.
We still don't end up in an acceptable position, though.
Who knows? Who knows? To be honest, we all speculate, but I don't think we're 17th and our worst season ever, in my opinion. I don't think we're
not worst season ever, but I mean, we were just too far gone by then. That's why he put all the eggs in the Europa League basket. Because if we weren't too far gone and we could have finished in a really good position in the league, he would have put more emphasis on it. He still would have prioritised the Europa League, but not as crazily as he did.
Agreed. And who knows what we would be doing if we had European football to fight for, but I like to think he probably still would have prioritised. But look, maybe if we weren't managing Romero, Van de Ven, and they could only play one game, maybe he might have played them all in the league, and it would have been a different scenario. And also, it's not just that as well. The players you could see, like we were playing a second team in the Premier League. There was nothing to play for in the Premier League. As much as I'm not saying they weren't trying, but you can see, when
it's a subconscious thing.
Yeah, you can see when teams, when a team sometimes are 10th, right, and they can't get relegated, they can't get Europe. Their form tails off near the end of the season because they're on the beach.
You see it every single season, not just then. Look at Liverpool for an example at the end of the season.
Psychological. It's not like they weren't trying to win those games at the end of the season. It's just psychologically they'd won the league. There's nothing to play for. So their form tails off, and that's what happened with us in the league. And we were playing with our second team.
Yeah, exactly, and the quality is just not great.
So it's two things: the quality is not there, and there's nothing really to play for. Those two things added together led to absolutely dreadful league form. So
it doesn't make it okay, by the way. It doesn't make it okay that we've done that, and it doesn't make it okay that that these players subconsciously pretty much gave up, and the manager pretty much gave up in the league. Doesn't make it okay that we finished 17th, but the fact of the matter is we ended the season with a trophy, with silverware, with the best days we've ever had as a Spurs fan. That makes it more kind of palatable to swallow.
But I just think as well, it just means I can understand it. As much as I don't like it and it's not okay and it cannot not happen again, but I understand why it happened. It's not like it happened just because we're terrible and he's a buffoon and doesn't know what he's doing, and he's out of his depth, all these different things that people accuse him of. That's what they will say. That's because his football doesn't work. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's out of his depth. I would say it's because of these reasons, and I think my reasons are more valid. But whatever, like they might think their reasons are more valid, and that's why they'll judge him in their way. But for me, when I look at the situation and I rationalize in my brain, I come to that conclusion that I've come to, that it's those reasons why the form was so bad, and I have good reason why it's a good reason it won't happen again.
Ways.
Fine.
There are good reasonings both ways, and it's not all one way and it's not all the other way. It's probably somewhere a bit in the middle.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, look, that's fine. I'm just saying, I think, in my opinion, that the way I'm looking at the situation, that makes more sense to me. But but for a lot of the other people, they see him as actually, no, it's just a manager out of his depth, it's a manager's football doesn't work and all these kind of things. And that's why the league form was so bad, and that's how they look at it.
Yeah. But it all did stem pretty much on a couple of games of football. And if one of them didn't go the right way, then, you know, the general consensus would be pretty much 100% Ange out.
Yeah. But it did go away, and deservedly so. And the whole Europa League run, we deserved to go through every tie, and we were good.
It's true, but I'm just saying football is a game of fine margins, right?
The final was fine margins, yeah.
Like, let's say,
I don't think any of the Europa League ties are fine margins.
If Van de Ven doesn't make that overhead kick, right? He doesn't make the overhead kick. The ball goes in, which could have easily happened.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens and we end up losing the game,
mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? You're Ange out, everyone's Ange out. So, I mean, it's the minuscule of margins.
Yeah, look, finals can be like that. I know the Champions League final wasn't like that, but I think a lot of the times finals can be like that.
I'm talking about wanting him to stay and wanting him to go. That's how fine the margins were.
Yeah, because he needed something tangible to show for all we've been through this season, and something to show everyone that yes, the league form's bad, but look at this. I can do this. I'm not this manager who's completely out of his depth. I can get you a trophy, and I did this for a reason. And when you have that trophy to bring home, there's the evidence. Mm-hmm. And even if we lost that final, doesn't make that evidence not true. It just means he's had nothing to show for it, and doesn't mean what he did was wrong necessarily, or was the wrong thing to do in terms of giving the information. It just means that he would have gone through that, and he wouldn't have anything to show for it in terms of it would still be theoretical at that point. But at this point, it's not theoretical. There's hard evidence there. He's got the trophy. We've won it. You know, so there's the evidence right there.
Mm. I hate all these people as well that just say like it's not an achievement to win the Europa League.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get it. Like, you lot have been like dying for a trophy for so long, and then as soon as we get one, people just want to completely discredit what we've done just because we finished 17th. Like, finishing 17th does not diminish the fact that we've won a European competition.
100%. It's like they used the fact that we finished 17th to show how poor the Europa League is, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. So that diminishes it just by the fact that we finished 17th. Like, for me, we did something phenomenal winning that trophy. And all this stuff, we were favourites anyway, look who we played. It's all just rubbish and jargon, in my opinion. It was a phenomenal achievement. It's something we haven't done in 40 years. We've played easier ties and gone out before. If it was so easy, everyone says, we just want a manager who can juggle both. And I understand that. I think we all want a manager who can juggle a league and cups. And that's obviously the ultimate goal. But when have we ever done that? Ever?
Never.
Ever. Like, they're acting like it's, apart from maybe Poch, when even then we fell off completely when we got to the final, but still obviously finished fourth and got to the Champions League final. That's the only season, even then we didn't win it, but that's the only season you can say we managed to juggle both European campaign and keep up our standards of the league for one season out of 24 or whatever it is under Enoch. We've never been able to do it. And even the season we're talking about, we didn't actually win the competition, and we fell off massively in the league. But that's by the by. Like, we've never been... Every season... we rest a few players and make a few changes in the cups, and we go out to Norwich, we go out to Sheffield United, we go to Middlesbrough, we go out to Zagreb, we go out to Ghent. Happens every time. So there's all this stuff, like, it's so easy to juggle both, and it's so easy to we should never have been in a position, like, it's never been done before. So where's the evidence? Are we able to do that ever?
There is no evidence, and that's more of a slight on the ownership and the way that we run this football club, more than, you know, each and every manager that has walked through the door.
No, 100%. It's not about managers. Yeah, it's about this football club. It's like, this is what I'm saying. It's like they don't know who they support. It's like they don't know who we've been. It's like they just think we've been Chelsea or City who win doubles and stuff. Like, that's not us. We've never done that. This is our first trophy in 17 years. Like, you don't know who you support, it looks like, it seems to me.
Yeah. Yeah, absolute reality.
So a lot of fans, I think, do need a reality check of how significant that trophy was for us. Because in pretty much all your Spurs supporting lives, you've never lived through a more significant moment than that. What happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So if that's not evidence that Ange should be given more time in this job, then I don't know what is.
Agreed. And that's for me why we should keep him. But look, we're still, 4 o'clock on Friday, and
Not quite
not
6
hearing
o'clock.
anything. Not quite 6 o'clock. Are we going to hear anything today, guys? Is anything going to happen?
Probably not. We've got
It's going to be a long weekend.
another super chat here from Elliot. Elliot Halsey says, Ange in. Remember your FIFA career mode. Please do.
I do remember.
I mean, that was like 2-3 years ago, man.
Ben Simeone. People are
and
still clamouring for some Ben
I think we won the
Simeone.
UEFA Cup in that, didn't we?
We did. We won the Europa
won it
League.
before Big Ange.
It was, we were manifesting it. We called it before it was going to happen. There's another one.
But yeah, I mean, I haven't bloody played FIFA for about 2 years now. So I don't
get
think
back in
that's
the swing
gonna,
of
I don't know
things.
if that's going to come back anytime soon. But another one here saying, do you guys know what the unexpected hanging paradox is? This is literally it in real life. Whenever they'll sack him, we'll all be surprised for sure.
Do you guys know what the unexpected paradox is? Literally. Let me see. The unexpected hanging paradox. Let's see what that is. That is, what's the definition? Is also known as the surprise test paradox. It's a logical paradox that arises when a prisoner is told they'll be hanged on a weekday, but the day will be a surprise to them. So that's what you're saying. It's like we've been told something's happening, but we just don't know.
told, in coming hours and this and that and that.
We're just waiting and waiting.
And it's just never coming, never coming, never coming.
The paradox stems from the prisoner's reasoning that given the promise of a surprise, no weekday can actually be the day of execution. So every day can never be the day that it happens.
Just give me the news,
surprise.
man. Just give me the news. Come on.
I learned something new today. Big up Advan Hamisi. We're all suffering through the paradox, the hanging paradox.
Yeah. But what else,
As a
guys? Come
collective.
on, just someone out there watching this must know something. Surely.
Come on, there's how many of you watching? 1,600. No ITKs in the chat. Not one of you had any sort of snippet or piece of information. Nothing. None of you know anything. 1,600 of you. One of you must know something.
You know what I mean?
Surely.
Nearly 1,600 people watching this.
Brian Davis says, "I know something."
Bring him on then. Bring him
Go
on.
on,
I'm
let's
sure
get
he knows
Brian.
something.
Go on, let's have a little chat with Brian. Why not? Go on. Let's get Brian on.
Brian, I know you're gagging to come on
You-
right
if
now.
you-
Come on, mate.
If you don't know
I haven't
anything,
played
Brian.
bingo in a while. That's a good point. Shall we have a bit of game of bingo? What do you reckon, guys?
Cheeky bingo while we wait for any news.
We're playing non-stop bingo until the news drops.
You hear that? You hear that, Tottenham? Leave it if you're watching.
All right, I'll set it up.
Brian or bingo? Should we do a poll?
Brian or bingo?
Let's do a poll.
What about Brian and bingo?
Is that possible? Let's see what the poll says. Go on, everyone take a vote. Speak to Brian or play some bingo. Come on. Brian, don't get offended by any of the results, please.
Brian's going to come on absolutely calling out everyone in the chat, mate.
Let's see. Brian is winning 65% at the moment after 81 votes. Tom81 says both. Brian with bingo. Someone says.
And B&B. We are Tottenham B&B.
62%. Brian. I want to hear a Daigle rant. We all need to hear a Daigle rant at times like these. These are the times we just need some passion, unadulterated, unfiltered ranting. Do both. Brian facilitating bingo. Brian's buzzword bingo. Yeah, he does that on Twitter, doesn't he?
Big up to Tom81 with the super chat. He says, we want both.
I don't know if we can do both.
Why not? Can we not do both?
Talk to Brian first and we'll get both.
All right.
I don't know how we do
Sammy
both.
has spoken.
Brian in. Or Brains in, really. B&B.
Come on then, where is he?
You send him a link.
Yeah.
Looks like Brian's won the poll.
Is he coming though?
Brian's won the popular vote.
Brian's in the chat. Where is he, Brian?
Where is he, Brian?
Where is he?
Where are you? Let's be having you. Doon, 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 doon,
Darren Johnson
doon,
says,
doon,
Brian
doon,
knows
doon.
fuck all. Brian's got all the answers.
Brian knows everything.
Darren Johnson says, Brian, you are lying.
Lying.
Is he there?
Yeah.
Brian, what's taking you so long, mate?
He's not there? Oh, he is there. Daigle Lingo.
71% saying Brian.
72%. Brian's more popular than Bingo.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
Due to
Brian,
popular demand.
new
Mr.
report
Brian
from the
Daigle.
Mail on Levy. Let's see this report.
What's going on? Levy out.
Apparently, he was in the Bahamas on his holiday talking to members of the Lewis family. Where's that gone?
Levy out.
I want to get Brian's reaction to it. One sec. Let me get the... where's that report? Daniel Levy has visited Bahamas since the season ended, where he was thought to have met with members of the Lewis family, the club's majority shareholders. Is that it?
I've got to go to the Mail. But due to popular demand, 71% of the vote, 212 voters. We at Tottenham, we are Tottenham TV. We give the people what they want, and what they want is a bit of Brian Daigle action. So let's get him on. Brian,
Go on, Brian.
Brian, you are a man in demand.
Can I get a screenshot of that vote and just have it for the rest of my life? How are we? How are we
Okay,
all?
you smashed it. You smashed the vote, Brian.
I was dreading. I put a message in saying, "Don't put that vote. I'm gonna get slaughtered." I was like, don't. But how is everyone?
Yeah, you've just lost 1%, but we've ended the voting now. 70% it's finished on. You happy
I'll
with
take
that?
I'm delighted, mate. I'm delighted.
You're more
I'm
popular.
delighted.
You're more popular than Ange at the moment. Ange is
Oh,
only
that-
getting, Jan's only getting 66% of the vote.
There you go. But I'm sure there's a few thousand in that vote. Whether I should come on. Do you know what? I just when you were talking about Twitter reacts, just then there was a tweet that really got to it when I think it was Aussie Hype or whatever it was when it said if Pep leaves, Frank doesn't go there. Those top six.
Yeah.
Well, obviously not. The top those other clubs spend money and back managers, and will bring in quality. And if those jobs become available, managers will want to go there because they know how that club operates and will try to challenge. It's just madness. It's insane the amount of hate Frank is getting, but as I've always said, Ange is getting way too much heat.
Yeah,
Ange is getting way too much heat. And like I said, I put my hands up. I was a contributing factor of that from January until we won the final. I don't hide away from that. But he's achieved something that better managers in stature, better squads, better players didn't achieve. People say, well, Pochettino was playing in harder competitions. He could have won a Carabao Cup, an FA Cup, could have taken the Europa League seriously. And I don't understand why Ange is saying why that means Ange did prioritise a cup, and he won it. So
Exactly.
whether you love him or hate him, you can't get away from that.
Exactly.
He delivered something.
He's
that-
delivered something that you've been calling out for, and everyone's
Correct.
been calling out for such a long time,
Correct.
since
I
the
have
mid
constantly-
'80s.
Mate, since I've been coming on this channel. All I've spoken about is obviously the man up top, who is showing himself once again to be the clueless, negligent buffoon that he is, and winning trophies, and delivered it.
Exactly, and if that doesn't buy a manager more time, then what the hell does?
I don't get. Do you remember what I don't understand as well? Is do you remember when the handball rule changed, and then VAR with Fulham, and every single time those VAR changes seemed to come after it happened to Tottenham, and we weren't able to get the benefit of it. Well, now that we've won a trophy, the excuse is but there's no Champions League teams. It's easier opponents. It's not. But it's like none of the teams that go down actually win it.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't get it. Like I said, if Ange stays, he stays, and I'm back. If he goes, he goes. But to me, I can't come on here and say I want trophies, I want trophies, I want trophies, and then we get them go against the person that did it. Am I 100% Ange in? No, I'm not. I'm definitely more Ange in than I am Ange out.
But it's Ange. Let's see what happens.
There you go. There you go. And then it will just come back to whoever the manager is. We know what happens. Like you said, I cannot believe, not even I had seen that he is our fourth longest serving manager.
That's mad.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy, isn't it? Just 2 seasons, that's all it takes at
madness.
this club, and you're in the top 4 of longest serving managers.
I mean, that's why if you look at how come a large proportion of the fan base look at it and go, yep, it's the manager or the players or whatever. It's obvious who it is. But we just keep dancing around and blaming everyone but him. But that is just a crazy stat, isn't it? It's an absolutely insane stat to think that Ange Postecoglou is our 4th longest serving manager.
You know, Brian, Liverpool, in the whole history of that football club, have had 22 managers.
Yep.
In the whole history, like since 1800s, since 1890 something. We've had 17 just in the.
No,
I'll tell you what.
tenure.
So let's work this out. In the 25 years they've been in charge, what is the entire amount of the top 4 managers? So how long have obviously Podge has been here for? What's the maths?
What's the
top
question?
4
What's the
managers.
question?
The top 4 managers. If you were to calculate their amount of time together that they've been manager at Tottenham, how long would it have been from the top 4? So you got Postecoglou 2 years.
Yeah, Pochettino, what was it? 5 years, Pochettino?
So that's 7.
Harry Redknapp was what, 3 years, was it?
So that's 10.
Was it 3 or 4, Harry?
Harry, no, he was 2008 till 2012, so 4 years.
4 years.
Okay, so that's 11.
And who's
And
the
who's the
other
other?
one?
Martin
Martin
Jol.
Jol. Martin Jol was what, 3 years?
04 to 07, 3 years.
Okay, so that's 14 years. So 13 managers have been there in the 11 years other.
Yeah.
So that's how bad it is at this football club. That if you take away the top 4, we have had ridiculous. We've had more managers than they have had years.
Yeah.
Bit of news coming out
Okay.
from a few people. John Cross from the Mirror believes that there is a gentleman's agreement between Frank and Brentford for him to stay one more year at Brentford.
Oh, really?
That's what he says. But
So
he
why
says,
the hell is he not welcoming Kelleher to the club then?
Yeah, I must admit, when I was watching you guys yesterday, you really started putting food for thought in. You were like, whatever you were selling there, I was buying it. I was like, oh my god, here we go. This is more to it. We just don't know, do we? I mean, everyone thought we were going to find out this week.
apparently there's a 10 million release clause to bring Thomas Frank to Spurs, and we have to spend 4 million sacking Ange if we sack him as well on top of that. But yeah, so John Cross is saying there is a belief that there is a gentleman's agreement between Frank and the club for him to stay one more year.
Well, let's hope that the Brentford hierarchy do gentlemen's agreements like Daniel Levy. Actually, let's hope not, because I want Ange to stay. I don't even know why I'm saying that.
David Heitner on The Guardian is now reporting Tottenham.
All right, news is starting to filter through people.
Tottenham
I told you I knew something.
He says Tottenham met with intermediaries to discuss a potential move to Brentford's Thomas Frank. Spurs have been considering whether to persist with manager Ange since the end of the season, and his future remains in doubt. Spurs are giving serious thought to moving for Frank.
So no word of a gentleman's agreement from David Heitner.
That's not what I'm saying.
but there's a new buzzword there. Serious thought.
Serious thought.
Mate, I released the week's buzzword used. There's 21 of them.
21.
21 buzzwords have been used since the transfer window.
There's probably some that you're missing as well.
Oh, I'm getting tagged in them, mate. If you go onto my latest tweet and there's a thread, you can read them.
Because I've got on today's Tottenham update alone, Tottenham are minded to bring Manor Solomon back.
Okay, so
yeah, minded.
That's a brand
there's
new
another
one.
one to add.
You've got for Victor Froholt saying entering the race. That's just a standard one.
Yep, we've got that one.
Coney De Winter was understood to make a concrete offer.
Yep, that's the first one. Concrete. That was the first concrete one.
Pressing hard.
Well, I don't know how pressing hard. Let Joe. I'll give you the list I've got, and then you can tell. The list is as follows, and I did it kind of in order that they came in. So, we have had intend to accelerate, stretch the release payment, aggressively pushing, which is a belter, plenty of admiration, intensifying its interest, Tottenham moves to amber, appreciated by the club, retained interest, strong pursuit, really appreciate, an indispensable starting place, test the waters, approaching the final furlong, intense negotiations, lodged interest, out of second gear and into third, joined the summer battle, seriously compete, entered the race, and amber is now red.
So you can add pressing hard for Jan Bissek in that one as well.
There we go. There you go. That'll be in next week's update. Good times. Good.
As much as there's obviously a bit of news, it's nothing new, is it? No. Really, it's just that we know that they've met, and that Ange's future's in doubt. But that's still the same pretty much same update, just by other reports now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the update is he's got one more year apparently in a gentleman's agreement.
That is a new thing.
This
gentleman's agreement.
But we've still been talking, even though there's a £10 million release fee that we won't pay.
But do you not think that Frank, the gentleman that he is, would honour a gentleman's agreement?
Probably. I mean, the one you got to look at as well is, I think, and like we said, the three of us have made our feelings known of Ange in this conversation. If Eddie Howe, because Newcastle, the rumours aren't going away, are they? If they got rid of him and they did try to upgrade on Eddie Howe, then you'd move heaven and earth, wouldn't you?
Why the hell would Newcastle get rid of Eddie Howe?
Mate, do you know what? There's been so many... obviously, they apparently were Inzaghi. If they want to try and get that super-duper manager in, because they're going to flex their
Inzaghi's gone though. He's gone to Al Hilal.
Yeah, yeah.
He's gone.
Eddie Howe is the only one that, if Frank wasn't to be and became available, that would trump Frank. That would trump Frank for me. All the man, and that includes Xavi. For me, if it is to be someone, I'm sticking to my guns with Thomas Frank. I really do think he is wildly underrated. But like you said, now with Ange still in the job, you've got to wonder what's going on with the recruitment.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what is going on for Ange, if they're decided he's staying or not. But if that is fairly interesting, if he does have a gentleman's agreement. I know gentleman's agreements contractually, legally, they don't mean anything. So Frank still could turn around and say, you know, I'm sorry, I did say I'm going to stay another year, but this is too big an opportunity and I have to do what's right for my career. But he seems like the type of guy, like, would he break a gentleman's agreement just to come to Tottenham, the mess we're in? I don't know. Maybe he'll see it as an opportunity. But I feel like
moving to Tottenham is a massive opportunity.
it is. But if he's got a gentleman's agreement,
gentleman's agreements mean nothing in football.
But he's a gentleman, Frank. He's a gentleman.
He is. He's a gentle giant. He's a gentle giant.
If you told me anyone would honour a gentleman's agreement, I'd probably say it's Thomas Frank.
There you go. He passes Ange's character test then.
Exactly.
But again, it's just wait and see. I mean, all week everyone's been waiting for the news or any kind of anything. And Ben, I will say you almost got me big time with the Cody style tweet earlier. I almost reacted really badly, but thankfully, I was like, wait a minute, take a step back, and then realised that it was 2014, 15. I was like, what was that tweet even relating to?
No idea.
I had announced a few things on that day, like a signing and something else, a few things. And it was like creating a lot of buzz. And then they released at the end of the day, after I think we had like 3 or 4 announcements of something. Then at the end of the day, they said, we're announcing, we've got no more announcements for the rest of today. So we had like 4 announcements or something.
Could it have been were people after Poch at that time? Could it have been Poch signing a
well,
or whatever?
What was the actual date? I don't remember.
1 second, I'll quickly, because I've got it in. Where is it? Where's Ben? There you go. The date was the 8th of July, 2015.
Let's see. Okay. We signed Hope Alderweireld on that day.
Okay.
We announced that we'll be hosting NFL matches.
Yes, get in.
What else did we announce?
What was the statement say on the NFL saying NFL coming to Tottenham and every penny that is going to be bought with tickets and merchandise will go straight back into the club?
Correct. Straight back into the team.
I guess it was just those 2 things.
So there must be speculation about someone going or something, because that would be a bit random for them to post that.
Well, apparently those are the 2 things that were announced on that day.
Well, there you go. Who'd have thought? But it did almost get me. It did almost get me, like Cody's tweet did with Thomas Frank yesterday. Do you know what, Ben? If Cody actually hadn't done that tweet yesterday, I think I would have fallen for that hook, line, and sinker.
Brian, we are currently 12 days since the season's ended, Brian.
Yep.
What is your cut-off point before you fly over and start protests again? How many days does it have to be?
You got to remember, there's what I want to do, and then there's me staying a married man.
I'm guessing your cut-off point's probably gone over. You'd like to be there right now, but let's say that obviously we know that's not possible. But when is it just enough is enough? You have to be here. If it's a month, 2 months. How close to the season do we have to get with no word for you to be over here?
I'm judging my plans on what I do regarding this ownership and what I personally do. Until the window closes. Once the window closes, because you got to remember when myself, Graham, and Ryan started those training ground protests, and it was getting all the traction and everything it did. We're all geared up for the massive Monday deadline day protest, and Saturday night they announced Kulusevski and Bentancur, which absolutely, and it absolutely destroyed everything, and rightfully so, for bringing in those players right at the death. I'm waiting till the window shuts.
You picked
it's-
the one
if it's a-
season. You picked the one season that we actually got top 4.
If you did it
Mate,
any
it's not
other
even that,
season,
but-
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if I'd also done it or if we had done it, not just we had done it during the Daily Porro, and then right on deadline day, that would have happened. So we're going to have to wait and see what this window does. We're going to have to wait and see who the manager is. But if there hasn't been a wholesale change, I know you mentioned
Oh,
Ben
wait,
Wentz.
wait. Matt Law has just said confirmation expected to come that Ange Postecoglou has been sacked by Tottenham.
Say that again.
Matt Law has just said there's confirmation expected
Exclusive.
to come that Ange Postecoglou has been sacked by Tottenham.
He's tweeted an exclusive. Looks like the decision's
see?
been made. Looks like the decision's
Well,
been made.
when I said I knew something, I was mate.
I think I know what happened. We brought Brian on, and they started to get worried. I think they're like, we have to. All right, now we have to start saying something.
Yeah, but no, I was defending Ange. They've got
They had to
against me.
you know what? Actually, I know
I've got a
exactly.
feeling this could be the start of it all now.
In fact, I know exactly what happened. I started mentioning Brian coming back for protests. And okay, all right, it's time to put this to bed now. We have to say something. We have to say something. This has to be the end of it all.
Oh, mate.
Yeah, this is it.
so I think
it's going to happen.
I think we're just in waiting mode now for all the other journalists to jump on it, and then we got to get the Fabrizio, and then we're going to get the official announcement. I think this is all going to happen.
Set to be sacked. Looks like it's happening, people.
I think it's going to be a long, long day for you two now.
All right, we're about to start. I think change the name of the stream.
Yeah. Oh boy! Manager
Fake
number 18, manager number 17, about to bite the dust.
This is it.
Do you know what
Ange is
as well?
about to
This
go.
just goes to show, if this happens, he's getting the sack on his 2-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is classic Tottenham.
Well, I
isn't it?
guess Brian, it's a step up from getting sacked at half time.
Well, mate, do you know what? Last week I did the manager checklist saying, sack someone at half time, sack someone for getting to a final, sack someone weeks before finals, sack someone for getting to a Champions League final, now sack someone for winning the Europa League, and now you can add sacking someone on the anniversary of their appointment.
We got a super chat here from Danny saying, not Danny Kiriakou, different Danny, saying, if Ange stays, he needs to adapt his tactics. We need structured midfield shape. Often we were caught in transition with fullbacks high and the midfield unable to recover. Shift from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-3-1 in defensive phases. Well, unfortunately, Danny, it looks as though that super chat is probably null and void right now. But thank you very much for the super chat and support for the channel. Very much appreciate it. But how are you feeling, Brian?
Ben
How are we feeling,
Jacobs-
everyone? That
Ben
looks like
Jacobs
Ange
now.
Postecoglou is going to be sacked now.
It's looking that way, isn't it? Like I said, listen, I'll go through it again. I'd never ever turned on a manager ever in my life until after the North London derby with Ange Postecoglou, and when I went Ange out, I really went Ange out.
Everyone's jumping out now on the moment.
I went very Ange out, and then after winning the Europa League, I was delighted.
And
I was like, "You've delivered," and here we go.
I've just had a quick look on Bet365 as well. All bets have been suspended for the next Tottenham manager.
This is it.
Ding, 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 ding.
He finally got us back on board, Brian. He finally got us back on board. And Levy
you
is
know
going to
had
wield
all
his
the
famous
flip-flop,
axe.
We had to take all the flip-flop and abuse for changing the football and opinion.
Because God forbid you can change your mind on a football manager.
Yeah, I mean, how dare you? I mean, how dare you have a difference of opinion and come out and speak about it
And
put yourself and make yourself vulnerable on a camera or social, whatever you do, and change your opinion.
now, what snowball effect is this going to have within the squad and within the fan base? What do we think the
Well-
players are going to be thinking? And the fans that finally got back on board, the fans that are elated with the Europa League win, What's the reaction going to be?
I think what you've got to look at now, again, and I don't mean this as a jab or whatever, anything. I know, and I've said it a long time, when it comes to what we've done with Levy out, there's a lot of people that talk the talk. But compared to the amount of people that talk the talk that are prepared to walk the walk, it's night and day. And there's been a lot of people that have been Anging the whole way, no, not deviated, and said, if he does this, then that's it. I am going to make my voice and opinion known about this ownership. Well, let's see if it happens, because as we said, it doesn't matter who's in charge. This club is never treated as a football club, but then the players, Ben, that's the big issue, isn't it?
Yeah, massive issue for me, because we've seen a massive kind of, support has come out for the manager. We've seen the players reacting to them, on the pitch and everything like that. Porro, the words that he said. Is there the Romero thing as well, saying Romero's future is aligned to Ange Postecoglou? So what kind of effect is this going to have on the squad now?
Only time will tell you. Whoever the manager may be, whoever.
Too quick for that, Sim, surely.
Everyone's tweeting it.
Surely.
I don't think so.
Whatever happens, whoever the manager may
I don't
be,
think so.
their first port of call is to try and sort the players out, isn't it? Reassure them, or at least get them back on side, or explain to them that this is how I see you and what. Blah. It's going to be that's job number one needed already, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone's reporting it now.
Are they? Go on, read us through the reports.
Ben Jacobs says confirmation Spurs about to sack Ange Postecoglou.
We play
Still
the way we
happening.
want to. We're big Ange Postecoglou. Whether I'm right or wrong.
Sam C is saying it.
It's big. Sam C said it.
Sam C has said it.
Finally got us back on board. And Levy with his famous fucking axe.
This is
wielded.
what we do. This is what we do.
Damn
This is
you,
what
Levy!
But now, also, if this is it, now it's how quickly does the new manager come in place?
Yeah, I think
Is it in the
I think
wings?
it'll be very quick.
It has to be, doesn't it? It really does have to be. We go again.
I just think it's so frustrating, man. So frustrating. I mean, we all knew this news was coming, but now it's finally here. I don't know even how to explain my feelings. I just feel a bit empty, Just 10, 15 days or however long ago it wasn't that long ago. We were there celebrating in Bilbao. There were 250,000 fans lined on the high street. He's given us days
Alistair
that we never
Gold.
thought that was going to come back.
Ali Gold has said it.
Ali Gold has said it.
Ali has said it.
Ali Gold has said it. And so Sammy Mockbell.
Oh my God, it's real. It's real, people. Ange Postecoglou's gone. Ange Postecoglou has been sacked in his role as Tottenham manager after just 2 weeks after winning the Europa League. You can't get more Spurs than that. You can't get more Levy than that.
Yep. And I will say thank you, Ange, for delivering something that no other manager has been able to, apart from one day Ramos.
Chris who just said that, apparently.
Romano said it. Everyone, look, it's done. It's done. He's been sacked.
And once again, rather than Spurs coming out and having an announcement and having some balls to make it, sacked by Twitter. Sacked by social media, sacked at half-time.
We're gonna
Well,
get.
he's
We're
not
gonna get
sacked
an
by
announcement.
social media. I'm sure they've told him live to his face.
Who knows? But that's no. What I'm saying is, Spurs should surely have the decency, if they're going to make this announcement, to be the first to announce it, and then other reporters report it.
Yeah, this is just
Not-
this day and age, Brian, though. This is just
That's
what
true.
happens.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Tell me
That's
when
true.
the last time you've seen the club announce anything before journalists.
Well, this is Tottenham. They're always slow.
Oh.
But yeah, it is pretty much done. It is pretty much done.
I'm
Or not
gutted,
pretty
man.
much, it is done.
I am gutted. I'm gutted.
Come on, Sim, as the number one, as the face of Ange in, you got to give us your reaction, man.
I'm heartbroken. I wanted him to get season 3. Season 3 was set to be better than season 2. I think he really could have built something. I think there was a chance. I'm not saying it was going to happen, but there was a chance for something really special to be built here, I think. And now we're chucking it all away for Thomas Frank, who I think is a good manager. I'm not belittling him in any way. I just don't see him being a better choice for next season, in my opinion. I think we got a better chance sticking with Ange and and the players are behind him. The players are with him. We've just won that major trophy. He's just brought something that no other manager has brought to this football club in 17 years, and we've thrown it all away. We've chucked it away when there was a chance to cling onto it and harness that. So we're going to have to live and die on that decision. And the problem now we have is the new manager is going to be under immediate pressure, an immediate kind of pressure to hit the ground running in a way, because I understand the hierarchy, damned if they do, damned if they don't. They can either say you should have sacked Ange when you should have sacked. You didn't sack Ange when you should have, or you did sack Ange when you shouldn't have. Those are the two competing kind of things, and either way, the hierarchy can be seen to be looking foolish. But in my opinion, we're just off the back of that trophy. You can take that momentum into next season and really build something. But we're not doing it. We've gone in this direction. We've sacked him. Looking likely going to be Thomas Frank. That's not confirmed yet. And I'm just gutted. I'm just gutted that it's now over. But all I want to say is thank you to Ange for bringing that trophy, for what he's brought to the club. That night in Bilbao and that weekend with the parade, never going to be forgotten. Going to be remembered for many, many years, decades. It's going to be remembered forever, really.
Never going to be forgotten.
It's going to be remembered forever. And he's the one who brought it, no one else. He made us a promise that he was going to bring us a trophy in his second season, and he fulfilled that promise. And whatever happens in the future, no one can take that away from him. And I'm sure he's going to go on and be a very successful manager somewhere else, just like all the other managers who've left this football club have done. And we're going to be the ones picking up the pieces.
Yeah, and he's the one. He's the one that broke that trophy duck. He's the one that, everyone was dying. All everyone spoke about at this football club for many years has been trophy. And it's not just a Carabao Cup. It's not a Carabao Cup that he brought to this football club. It's a European trophy that we haven't seen since 1984, since the days of Keith Birkinshaw. And, it was famously said, or Keith Birkinshaw agreed to the comment, there was once a football club there. Well, the words haven't ringed true. They will never ring more true than what it feels like right now to lose the manager. And you know what, me and Brian were heavily critical of the manager all season last year, but I think we've both been proved wrong, because he's brought proper success to this football club. And yes, it's been to the detriment of the league, and yes, we finished 17th in the league, and probably a sackable offence on its own, and I can see why they've done it. But when you bring success like that to this football club, which is not an every year occurrence, you deserve more time, in my opinion. You deserve more time. And I just feel really upset, man. I feel really upset.
It's such a crazy thing that's going on. Like you said, Ben, you and I have been heavy critical of him, as of obviously many, many others. And he gave us that moment that, Simeon, you're never ever going to forget your birthday for this birthday ever, for the night before, the parade, everything. It's once in a lifetime stuff for a lot of people, especially in Europe. And now it's null and void, really, or not the achievement, but him progressing and him going on with us. I think if you looked at it, do you reckon, Ben and Sim, when we start, Ben, actually, I know you said, because you were saying once you start hearing rumours that people are talking about taking over your job, but the writing's on the wall, isn't it? Unfortunately, but he is, like you said, he has given us something that everyone wanted to happen, wanted to see, and he was able to provide that for us. And like we said, the game wasn't the greatest spectacle. The squad and the team weren't the greatest we've had in Levy's tenure. And the manager wasn't the stature of some of the managers we had. And yet he did it.
Yeah, and you're talking about the motto, to dare is to do. I mean, that's literally what he did this season. That's literally what he did. You know, he embodied that motto by going for that Europa League when, you know, people in the board were saying, you know, don't deprioritize the league. You have to go strong in the league, blah, 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 blah. Well, he wanted to deliver success to this football club, success that we've craved for so long, and he delivered it. To dare is to do. He embodied that motto.
Correct. So how long do you reckon now, after it's all broken out, that Spurs actually make? Does this speed up Spurs coming out and saying it, or is it?
I reckon you'll
you'll
likely get an announcement today. I think that's why it's broken. They're getting ready, everyone, for the announcement. I think.
So what time is it now back home? What do you reckon? It's now
Nearly 5 o'clock.
What do you reckon as the clock sticks 5?
I don't know about announcing Frank, but I think definitely.
No, not Frank. I mean Ange.
Yeah.
Someone did say in the comments at the beginning of the stream, 6 o'clock announcement.
Yeah, maybe 6
Well,
o'clock.
Tom was saying that, as in Tom81 Roomy was saying that. He's been saying that all day. But yeah, would it be on the top of the hour that they do it now, do you reckon? It could be. It's like when you're waiting for the team news to come out an hour and 15 minutes before, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think you could have an announcement in, 5 minutes now?
Yeah. Oh, man. So frustrating.
Well, what I will say, Ben, one thing I will say about this is I was very, very lucky enough to go to the Burnley away game with you last season, in his first season when we won 5-2. I have never seen an away end like that throughout a whole game for a manager that had just come in. The atmosphere was absolutely incredible. It was bouncing like we'd won the league or something. I'd never seen it so energised and revitalised in an away game. It was insane, weren't it? That Burnley game was absolutely insane.
Sky Sports are reporting that Brentford will not stand in the way if Frank wishes to join a bigger club.
Who's saying that?
Sky Sports.
Yeah, no, Brian, those first 10 games of that season, not even the first 10 games, the first half of the season, the atmosphere at Tottenham was some of the best, probably the best run of atmospheres that we've seen in that stadium. It was incredible. Remember those home games at the end, everyone staying behind to sing I'm loving Big Ange instead, free from desire. It was like party mode every single game.
Mate, can you not remember party mode with me and Simeon for Sheffield United away when Simeon almost took his top off when Kulusevski scored? There was that classic as well. They were good times. They were good times. I didn't go into a home game with Postecoglou because, as you know, I won't step foot in the stadium. But I went with you to the filth. Went to you with Burnley, and obviously Ben, we were there a few weeks ago for Wolves, which kind of shows the difference of what had happened, really, didn't it? From Burnley 5-2 to what we saw at Wolves.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now we go again. Now,
Guess we'll open the lines.
Tom Allnut has said Frank is the leading candidate, which is no secret there. Yeah, but I think we're
just ask you guys one thing. Because Ben said this on our stream earlier, and now I can't get it out of my head. He said we'll now see if Paratici is doing what Paratici does, where there's loads of things going on, and then it'll be someone completely different. I want it to be Frank. I want it to be Thomas Frank.
Not even officially at the club yet.
But no, exactly. But you know when he does his working behind the scenes, as it's said, could Frank be the biggest red herring ever? I want it to be Frank. Like I said, I want it to be Frank. So I hope all this traction about Frank is right. But could you see the biggest U-turn or diversion to a different manager, or do you both reckon it is definitely Frank?
No, I think it's definitely Frank.
I think we would have heard another name being seriously linked.
There we go. So there you go. But yeah, listen, you're going to get you're going to get swamped now. Forget bingo. I think a lot of people are going to want to have a chat. And
Bingo has been
Thank God
cancelled.
they all picked
people.
Brian over bingo, eh?
today was a joyous day. I can go to bed easy knowing that. But I was favoured over bingo.
But
I've
Brian
completed.
says, so you were on stream with us when Ange Postecoglou's sacking was announced. We were on stream when was it? Conte got announced.
I was on stream when you got 100,000.
You're here for all the big moments.
What can I say? I am the big moment.
You are the big moment.
I wait a minute. If he's watching, I don't know. I should be Mr. Box Office. That's what, I think that I'm gonna nick his title. But now listen, everyone, listen. You do what you got to do. Everyone in the chat have a wonderful weekend, and thank you, Ange. Sorry it's ended this way, but let's just hope the new manager comes in and gets given time back in. And Levy, over to you.
Yeah, not the words that you want to hear. But Brian...
Levy out are the words I want to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Big up to you.
See you later.
Speak to you soon, brother. It's Brian Daigle. Let's just get into some super chats before we open the lines. But if you want to call in and have your say on Ange Postecoglou, he has... all but been fired. He has been fired.
Everyone's not one person hasn't reported it. So,
so a couple of super chats. Scorpion Fan for Life saying, "I've seen us win one trophy. 2 weeks later, the coach is sacked." Phil P says, "Change for Tottenham. Change of scarves. VAR. 24 years. 17 managers. 2 trophies. Thank you, Ange, for that cup run. We'll always have Bilbao. Big up, boys. Big up to you, Phil P." Mr. Box Office says, "Get me on, chatting shit, Ben and Sim." Well, the lines are going to be open very soon, so you can call in if you want, Alex. Otherwise, are you going to go running again? We'll see. Dalton Harris says, "Good shot that a lot of players will want out. Massive overhaul of players incoming. Champions League, who cares?" Daniel Levy. Yeah, I mean...
Summer of change really is a big change everywhere.
Yeah, let's hope there's bigger changes happening. Marcus says, "I'm fuming. Let's just get this Frank experiment over with. Realise he's bang average and sack him at the end of next season so Pochettino comes." George Orton says, "Extreme expletives about that bald Levy right now." Unlocked University says, "How do we know this is confirmed?" I mean, just look around the internet.
It's done, mate. It's done.
It's confirmed. Sonilla says, "Another example of poor board decisions." Crazy Rat says, "Brian Daigle and Ben are twins, whereas Sim is unique and dangerous. Don't mess with Sim and his context on Ange."
100%. I've got the best context on Ange.
Jackson Cliff saying, "This is the final straw with Daniel Levy. As an American, this decision is more corrupt than the Watergate scandal. We are an absolute joke of a club." Martin Gower says, "We'll be back to the drawing board. I'm gutted, gents. Wonder how the squad is reacting right now." That's the biggest thing for me, is how the squad is going to be reacting to this.
I'm sure it's going to be heartbreaking for them. They're not going to be happy about it, but look, I have said, I do think if someone like Frank comes in, initially it might be difficult, but he's the kind of character who can get them back on side. But again, there's people like Ange, whatever you want to say about him and his league run, he's a winner. He's won a trophy. He's won trophies wherever he's been, and he does have a winning mentality. And I think that's what people like Romero really like about him. And obviously, I think
he's won at bloody Tottenham Hotspur.
Exactly, and I think I don't see Romero saying for sure now.
DJ Ellison saying, "I'm a Newcastle fan, and I think this is criminal. He won a trophy and got Champions League. What else could he do? Win the league? Levy is awful." Like says, Ange, in my honest opinion, was really bad. Brian, how do I link up with you? I'm a Spurs fan in Toronto. Just go message him on social media. He'll definitely respond. Cullen says, 11 mil just for Thomas Frank, our first signing, ? Well, it's actually not 11 mil for Thomas Frank, because they're saying 10 million plus 4 million, because 4 million to sack Ange, and then 10 million to hire Frank.
Yeah.
So that's 14 million just on the manager change now.
Plus all whatever backroom staff Frank wants to bring in and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be, it's going to cost them. and it's probably going to eat into our budget. I'm telling you, we're pointing to someone like Frank because we don't want to have a big summer. I'm telling you.
Danny says, with this decision, Levy has completely killed off any momentum we had from winning the Europa League. So disappointed. Thank you, Ange. Vinicius Carrera says, Levy is a genius. All talking about Ange and no pressure for signing. 17 years of misery and not 1 month of happiness. Nuno 2.0 awaits. I think that's unfair on Frank saying Nuno 2.0 awaits.
It's unfair, but it's also possible.
It's possible. I guess anything's possible. But it's also very possible that Ange would have completely failed next season, but it was, worth giving it to him to see if that was to happen or not. But yeah, it's like we've had this 17 years of misery, right? No trophies, and they don't even let us enjoy it.
Nope.
Michael Hellman says, at this rate, Ange deserves better for sure. Chris Motley says, would be interesting to see Postecoglou at Brentford. Could you see a manager swap there?
I don't know. No, they're going to go for Kieran McKenna, I think. That's like the kind of guy. I think that's the right kind of profile they're going for. What about Ange?
Andrew Huggett says, who will Savamone at now? Probably Frank. Crazy Rat says, no, I just realised Ange got sacked. Cheer up, Sim. At least we have each other.
Thank you, Crazy Rat.
Wibbers says, only joined your stream 5 minutes ago and watched your stream from the start for a bit. I feel your pain about Wizz Air personally.
Honestly, Wizz Air the worst.
And finally, they've cancelled the flight.
They cancelled
No, sorry,
it.
they didn't cancel the flight.
No, we're going.
The flight is going. We can board now. Huz OK says, Thomas Frank, I don't trust him. Ship manager and his nobody. I think that's a bit unfair. Samuel Lynch says, I'm confused, frustrated, excited and pissed. Levy is a prick and he should sack himself. I like Frank, but I think Ange deserved third season. Levy is a parasite. Big up to you guys and the channel, though. Yeah, kind of agree. And Sonilla says, proves the board doesn't care about trophies.
100%. You think Ange would be sacked if he finished 6th? Don't think so. Don't think so.
So that's all the chats. Obviously, we'll keep updated as and when more come in. Tom 555, top of the leaderboard right now. So big up to you. And yeah, this is what we said yesterday, isn't it? Ali Gold on holiday, and we knew the news was going to drop today. Connor.
Ali Gold's tweet saying, just when he thought Spursy was dead.
Yeah. Rears his ugly head once again. Another super chat here, some We Jock saying, I've been flip-flopping on Ange for months now. Even now, I'm still not sure. The thing for me was the injuries. I just don't know that we'd be 13th by Christmas with casualties like the Somme. I get the sentiment. I don't understand the complete super chat, but yeah, I've also been flip-flopping, so... it's just a hard one to take.
This football club, we finally win that trophy. Everyone's happy, and we go and just chuck it all away.
Conrad Jones with a members chat member for 52 months. Big up to you. Says, I've never been more disappointed in Spurs. Joke. Yeah, I mean, I know I've been saying it for a while, but I did get the real feeling that something was going to happen today, and here it is. It's happened. It's real.
I'm
gutted
for him. He
was
been
desperate to stay
journey
as well.
Yeah, he wanted to stay. His journey he's been on is incredible, and I think, look, he's going to have to write a new chapter in it now, wherever he goes next. But he did, like, doing what he's done in his career, then coming to Tottenham and breaking our trophy drought, like he did in your big one in Europa League. Like, what an incredible story, and he's just going to go on from strength to strength. And obviously, I think is it the first time in a while anyway he's been sacked. He got sacked a while ago, but first time in his last few jobs he's actually been pushed out rather than left on his own accord. But again, it carries on his thing of not really staying at clubs for too long. But this is unfortunately it's where the story ends at Europa League rather than the beginning of something.
Yeah,
which I'm gutted for him. But at least for him, he goes out on a high, and he can. Now he's got that as part of his CV. I've won this here, this there, and I've broken Tottenham's trophy drought and won a European trophy.
Something that Maurizio couldn't do, something that Ange that Jose couldn't do, something that Antonio couldn't do.
something that some top managers that have come past through these doors couldn't do as well. Another super chat here from Michael Hellman saying, it's sad, but I'm not sure it's as bad as we think. I mean, it might not be. We'll have to wait and see. It's a waiting game right now, but it's just really disappointing and upsetting that the manager that's delivered such success to this football club is out the door 2 weeks after.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what it is, and it's just emotional right now, and it hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Ian Frencham says, I could see this happening considering the league form, but he delivered on his promise of a trophy and should be given a chance. Poor decision from Mr. Levy. #Levy out. Crazy Rat said, sad sim equals depression.
Yeah, we're all depressed right now, crazy.
J. Co says, great channel, but this team is a joke. Good luck getting blasted in the Champions League. Done with these clowns switching to Gunners, a real team. F you from America. Well,
All
F
right,
you right
no,
back.
You go join the Gunners. That's how you
F
feel,
you right
know,
back.
Come on.
We don't want people like you.
No. But thank you for the compliments on the channel.
Yeah. And Daniel Husen with a super chat, but no comment. But big up to you.
Can't. Oh, man. I actually went and done it. Well, we said maybe today was going to be the day. Officially announced, people says, has it?
Yeah, it's been officially announced. Following a review, do you want to get the Twitter up? Following a review of performance and after significant reflection, the club can announce that Ange Postecoglou has been relieved of his duties.
It's a full statement on the website.
Go on. I'll let you do the honours, Sim.
Thank you. Don't know if I can get through it. Says, following a review of performances and after significant reflection, the club can announce that Ange Postecoglou has been relieved of his duties. Ange joined us from Celtic in the summer of '03 and oversaw a period of change on the pitch, returning us to an attacking brand of football that has traditionally been associated with the club, while writing a new chapter in our history by leading us to Europa League glory in Bilbao last month. An achievement that will live with us forever. We're extremely grateful to Ange for his commitment and contribution during 2 years at the club. Ange will always be remembered as only the third manager in our history to deliver a European trophy alongside legendary figures such as Bill Nick and Keith Burkitt-Shaw. However, the board unanimously concluded that is in its best interest of the club for a change to take place following a positive start to 03-04. We recorded 78 points in the last 66 games. This culminated at our worst ever PL finish last season. At times, there were extenuating circumstances, injuries, and then a decision to prioritise our European campaign. Whilst winning the Europa League this season ranks as one of the club's greatest moments, we cannot base our decision on emotions aligned to this triumph. It is crucial that we are able to compete on multiple fronts and believe a change of approach will give us the strongest chance for the coming season and beyond. This has been one of the toughest choices we have had to make, and it's not a decision we have taken lightly, nor one we have rushed to conclude. We have made what we believe is the right decision to give us the best chance of success going forward, not the easy decision. We have a talented young squad, and Ange has given us a great platform to build on. We should look to express our gratitude to him. We wish him well for the future. He will always be welcome back at our home. New appointment of our head coach will be announced in due course.
Well, what do you make out of that statement? Unanimous, they're saying. Do you agree with that? Do you think that's true?
I don't know. I don't know if it was I don't know.
If it was unanimous, why have they taken so long to make the decision?
They said they didn't take it lightly. That's why it took so long. But he says at times there were extenuating circumstances, injuries, and the decision to prioritise European campaign. So they understand it then. So they're saying even though he took these decisions, he was still wrong to do so. Is that what you're saying?
They're basically saying we understand why you failed, but we're going to sack you anyway. That's what they just said.
We understand decisions. Maybe they're saying they didn't agree with the decision to prioritise the Europa League. Like, that's why it was that bad. Oh, so frustrating. They're acknowledging that he had this massive injury crisis, and then once the injuries, they did prioritise the campaign. But we can't just base our decision on emotion. That's not emotion. That's evident. That's not emotion. The hard evidence is you've won the trophy, and he prioritised the European campaign, and he went and bloody won it. That's not just emotion. There's also footballing reasons.
Would you say as well, like a lot of people, including myself, that were Ange out for a lot of the season, is them being back on side after the trophy win? Is that an emotionally driven decision?
Yeah, probably. A lot of fans who have turned from Ange out to Ange in after the game. A lot of it's based on emotion.
Was it an emotionally driven decision to be Ange out in the first place on the back of all the injuries?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, some would say, yeah, but you look at the data, you look at the numbers, you look at the results, and that's just it. But I think there's context to that, and I think Ange's statement is out. Did Ange make a statement? Scott Munn sacked too. Look,
Really?
I don't know if it was all happening, is it?
I don't know where he would make a statement. He doesn't have social media, does he, Ange?
As much as it's emotion to be, Matt Law saying confirmation soon that Scott Munn has been dismissed. Yeah, Ange's statement. Let me read this out.
Here we go. Ange's statement. Come on.
It's on Go Spurs Express. When I reflect, he says, when I reflect on my time as manager of Tottenham, my overriding emotion is one of pride. The opportunity to lead one of England's historic, the opportunity to lead one of England's historic football clubs and bring back the glory it deserves will live with me for a lifetime. Sharing that experience with all those who truly loved the club and seeing the impact it had on them is something that I will never forget. That night in Bilbao was the culmination of 2 years of hard work, dedication, and unwavering belief in a dream. There are many challenges to overcome and plenty of noise that comes with trying to accomplish what many said was not possible. We have also laid foundations that mean this club should not wait another 17 years for their next success. I have enormous faith in this group of players and know there is much more potential and growth in them. I sincerely want to thank those who are the lifeblood of the club, the supporters. I know there was some difficult times and I always felt that they wanted me to succeed, and that gave me the motivation I needed to push on. It's important to acknowledge the hard-working people at Spurs who gave me encouragement on a daily basis. I finally want to thank those who are with me every day for the last 2 years, a fantastic group of young men who are now legends of this football club, and the brilliant coaches who never once doubted we could do something special. We are forever connected. Ordere est facere. Ange.
It's classy. It's very
not one
classy.
mention of Levy or the hierarchy.
Yeah, and damn right. But no, that is a very classy message from Ange, in my opinion. Really classy. Moments after he's been sacked, I don't know when he wrote it, or when he knew he was going to be sacked, but I feel that's really classy from Ange. And look, whatever you want to say, it is. He doesn't really stay at clubs for longer than he stayed here for. 2 years, 3 years is what he usually goes through. And whatever you want to say about the league campaign this year, he did complete an objective of what he set out to do, and that was win a trophy. And that's what he did, and we're always going to be forever thankful for him for doing that.
Just tweeted out Tottenham again. We are extremely grateful to Ange for his commitment contribution during the 2 years. We'll always be remembered as only the third manager in history to deliver a European trophy. Thank you, Ange. They just released a thank you.
I'm really gutted, man.
I'm gutted for him. Absolutely gutted for him.
He's such a classy man, though, isn't he?
He has the right words to say. But I
So
don't understand that they're
classy
saying
as
we
well.
have to go on a different approach for next season to make sure we can compete on multiple fronts. And then we're expected to hire a manager who's never done it before in his career. Now, does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, what evidence? Like, we're sacking someone who at least has been through it, knows what it takes, and can learn from it. When we're going to appoint someone. So what if Frank next season struggles to juggle both the Champions League and League? Is that evidence that he never can, or is he going to have to learn from that? We're going to have to give him the time to learn from it.
Yeah.
And maybe he can juggle it straight away. But there's a good chance he won't be able to in his first season. Not only his first season at the club, but his first season juggling European football and Premier League. There's two different things there on the same thing.
It's really, really upsetting, man. It's hard to, to put out the words of what we're feeling right now, but
David
know,
Ornstein
they-
saying Brentford boss Frank leading contender to succeed Ange. No contact yet between Spurs and Brentford over the Danish manager.
But you talk about summer of change. So what's that now? It's Donna Cullen, Ryan Mason, Ange Postecoglou, Scott Munn.
Mm-hmm.
Is there going to be more?
Lange, waiting to hear about him. We don't know about what's going on with Fabio. God. We know that the medical staff are changing, sports science, all that kind of stuff. That's all going to
the
be
most
changing.
important thing needs changing. And that's Daniel Levy. He's the one that needs changing the most. I can't remember where I was at with the super chats.
Well, I saw one. Scott.
Here, this is the latest one. Ravel says, please get Silva so we, Manchester United, can get Frank after Mr. 7 wins in 6 months is out. That's a Man U fan wanting Thomas Frank in. Bengal Tiger NYC says, Levy is a joke. Bundesliga Ange coming soon. Ange will cook in the Bundesliga. Wee Jock says, okay, I've changed my mind again. This is a cock-up. But it's hard to think otherwise than that right now. It really is. 2 weeks on from Bilbao, 2 weeks on from the best week of our Spurs supporting lives. We sacked the manager. It's just ridiculous, man. In a coma says, this is bullshit. Why can't Levy read the room? Jason Green, member for 6 months, says, worst decision Spurs could have ever made. I mean, I don't feel as upset as when Poch left. I don't feel as down as that, but I mean, it's definitely up there, though. It's definitely up there.
Romano saying Frank and Silva remain the two names high on the Tottenham shortlist after decision to sack Ange. Decision in the upcoming days. And Ornstein saying appointment for the next coach will be expected to be next week.
Jaco says, still in, hashtag emotions, Coys, F me, face smack. Samuel Lynch says, as I'm mad about him getting sacked, both because of him getting us a trophy, but above all because this team was united under him. Now Kuti will likely go. Geopolitical Lens says, Scott Munn sacked 2. Danny with another super chat says, this is not about emotions. This is just setting a bad precedent. 17 years of not winning a trophy, and the man delivered on a promise, but gets the sack. The board are a bunch of wankers. Wholeheartedly agree. Sam Palmer says, to be fair, I think this is the right move, but it's all dependent on who we now bring in. Who would you guys pick? I mean, I think it's irrelevant who we pick. Like, Frank is probably going to be the one that comes in. And I can't really think of any managers out there that are available and that would we be willing to get them, or that would be willing to come here from another job, that are probably better than Thomas Frank. That's the reality. And is Thomas Frank definitely better than Ange?
I'm not convinced. I'm not saying he's a bad manager, but my point is I think Ange is a good manager. But look, I think Frank's good. Obviously, once he gets announced, I'm going to get behind him and support him and start to get excited about him. But while Ange was still in a job, I just don't think it was the right decision to change it for Frank.
Sean says, get Levy the hell out. Wanted a winner. Got one finally. Won us something. Then sacks him for a mid-table finishing manager. God help this squad. And I think that's unfair on Frank. And yes, that's all he done is finish mid-table. But he's been managing a club with limited resources. Ultimately, with the resources that he's been dealing with at a championship level. You're looking at the stadium that they have and everything like that. Like, what he's done at Brentford, finishing mid-table twice, is remarkable, to be honest.
Wouldn't be surprised if they go down after they...
100%. It's been a brilliant job that he's done there, and it shouldn't be discredited.
100%. He's not a bad manager. He's a good manager, really good manager. But I'm not convinced that this is the guy that we should be sacking Ange for, and this is the guy to take us into a seasonal Champions League football. I just don't know.
But like I said before all this news broke and we got all emotional, the Frank appointment is an exciting appointment. It is an exciting appointment. It's just a very risky. It's as equally exciting as it is risky. That's the problem. Michael Hellman says, I'll root for Ange onwards. His story isn't done. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Chris Motley says, you guys are holding it together well. Can see your pain. Much respect. Michael Hellman says, now we don't even have Mason Ball to fall back on. Mr. Post Office, Pox Office says 24-25 anomaly. That's not sustainable. Logic over semantics. League position has major repercussions. 22 Premier League defeats. Also need more context the Europa League run. And what about the context about the Premier League 22 defeats?
Exactly. A lot of these people were happy to look at the context over how we won Europa League, but don't want to see any context about how we suffered so many defeats.
What's this next one? Fruita says, this just proves we are not a big club. Worst news possible. Jerome says, this club is a joke, and now we are going for Frank, who's never played Champions League. Also lost 33 games over 2 seasons, one less than Ange. We are fucked. Levy and Enoch out. Yeah, but he was managing Brentford. He was managing Brentford, who a lot of people pick every year to go down or be in a relegation battle. You know what I mean? It's completely different. You can't hold those amount of defeats over Frank as a Brentford manager. It's not comparable to the Spurs job. Adam C says, blaming Ange for inability to compete on multiple fronts is an absolute joke. How about buy a world-class squad instead of always blaming the manager? Absolutely spot on again.
Correct. And considering the summer we had and all the injuries, that's the struggles. I think in a different scenario, he could have juggled both. I really believe that. I don't think it's him personally is why they're putting all the blame of why we weren't able to juggle both all on him by sacking him, in my opinion.
Cullen Gallet says Daniel Levy protests are going to be lively. Michael Hellman says we can only imagine the smug-ass reply Ange had to Levy and the board on his way out. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have been a fly on that boardroom when Levy was sacking Ange. Because...
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
I reckon Ange would have given it to him.
100%. You'd let him know how he actually feels.
Sean Maddox says, we are doing an overhaul and youth-focused rebuild. Ange was not the right man for the job, and Ange had the worst record of any Premier League manager for us. Which is true.
In this season, yeah.
Tom Edgell says, such a disappointment after such a high. Where's the link to join the live, lads? Come on, you Spurs. The missing texture says, so upset, outstandingly the wrong decision. I'm loving Big Ange instead. And Reeds says, Ange deserved another season after winning that trophy. Levy's made it clear that he values money for investors over glory for the club he represents.
Yeah, and we've known that for a while. That's no secret, is it? As you said, if Ange finished 6th and didn't win the Europa League, he's probably still in the job. That's what we value at this football club.
Bengal Tiger NYC again says it's time for Klopp to make the call. Bring in Ange.
Someone said Levy didn't sign off the statement as his. Yeah, he didn't. Usually he does, doesn't he?
Daniel Coys.
And he didn't put his name on the statement.
Maybe it was what's his name that did the statement? Charrington. Left with an empty feeling, man. A complete empty feeling. Even though we knew this was coming. But when it actually hits, you know. Jerome says Brentford had a better squad and played once a week, yet Ange beat Frank home and away last season in his worst season. Don't give me that Brentford had a better squad than us.
No, come on.
Do me a favour. MFDF says, I'm worried now because Ange had the whole squad behind him. Who knows if Frank is able to retain the players who swore they would leave if Ange left. That's the thing now, like, where's Porro's head's at now? Where's Romero's head at now? Where's all these players that were massively backing Ange? You know? Where's all their heads going to be
and it's not just that as well. It's like, we've heard, the first one they backed Ange, but also there's always, we heard Romero grumbling in December about the hierarchy, about how we're not competing and everything. And as I've said before, if he's saying it, I'm sure that's not an uncommon feeling in the dressing room. And now they've got a manager they all like. And yes, the results haven't been in the league good at all. But for one reason or another, there's context for that. And we know it hasn't been good. But they back him and they think look, these players aren't going to back a failing manager for no reason, right? They must feel like, they take a bit of responsibility potentially for why it's gone wrong, and they feel like it can go right, and they like the way they played, and they understand that they had to put all the eggs in the Europa basket and whatever. But they like him. And now that they've decided to sack him and they're going to employ someone else, and there's going to be a lot of eyes on them in terms of who are we actually going to bring in. I got a feeling one of the major things that is in Frank's favour for Levy is his ability to overperform on a wage budget, overperform his wage budget, and all these kind of stuff. And I think Levy's looking at it and thinking, instead of looking at Ange's way of playing and a lot of risk and the quality that's needed, the money that's going to need to be spent to get this team with this kind of tactics to play that kind of way in Champions League, why don't I bring in Frank, who probably won't need as much change, who might more be willing to work with what he's got, who's got maybe be more willing to take a lot cheaper signings, and who may be more able to work above his wage budget than Ange Postecoglou.
I'm sorry, that's no way to build success at a football club. Like, there's one thing taking a club of Brentford's resources and getting mid-table every other season, right? There's another thing of doing what we're trying to do and trying to get in that top
100%.
4 and ultimately try and, fight for titles and win big things, you know what I mean? It's a completely different kettle of fish.
100%. It's a lot, as much as what he's done is brilliant, it's not easy, but what I'm saying, I think a lot more managers have been able to do what Frank's done, take a team low and get them mid-table. That's not like a completely thing that's never been done. That's been done. What's harder is getting a club like Tottenham competing a lot higher.
And what he wants to do is recreate what Pochettino had in this football club, being up there consistently, fighting for titles, right? Getting to a Champions League final if we can. Not many managers have been able to do that over the course of the Premier League era, never mind at Tottenham.
That step up is a lot harder.
Everyone that usually is fighting at the top are teams that spend significantly and have significant budget allowed for wages. If you're not going to do that, it's highly unlikely you're going to be, going for success and getting that success.
Agreed. And I think the what's it called? If Levy just thinks just installing Frank is going to immediately close that gap just because he overperforms, it's a lot harder to do that. I think it needs consistency, it needs time. And Frank's going to need that. And look, if we're willing to give him all that time, that's fine. But we've just sacked a manager who's actually won the trophy. Why do you give managers time? So they build up a team to get to a level where you can winning these kind of things. You're winning these trophies. And I know you lead position, all that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying that's why you give a manager time. But we've literally just got a manager who's literally just achieved that. He just got this team to win a trophy, get it over the line. There's been a mental block in this team for so long. And now you want to chuck him out for a manager who's going to probably need now more time to implement things his way, and that's going to require patience from this fan base. Yeah, it's back to square one. It's going to require patience from this fan base. And yes, I understand that Frank's a good manager, and I understand that the league form will probably immediately improve. But I think that could have improved under Ange. I really do. I think that league form could have improved under Ange because it can't get any worse. Let's be honest. And I think it would have improved under Ange next season anyway. And you got off the back of that, the team have just won all that trophy. They've won that trophy together with the manager, and now you're resetting it again. And I just didn't think there was a need to do it. I just don't think, especially for a guy who's coming into a new experience, a new environment in terms of him personally, the level he's managing at, like the egos potentially, and never managing in European football before, any sort of European football. It's just...
Victor Mathiasson, member for 44 months. Big up to you, Victor. Says, Ange wasn't the problem. Didn't have the depth in the squad to come on or to compete on all fronts. When the injuries started, the squad is nowhere near Champions League ready. I mean, yeah, this squad is miles away from being able to compete in the Premier League and Champions League.
Yeah.
100%. Never mind the cup competitions as well. Super chat from Judy Daniel, our mother. Says, so upset to hear love Ange, Does it affect Friday night dinner?
I think so. My mum's wondering if we're going to be home for Friday night dinner tonight. I think we're going to be on stream for a long time. So
We'll see.
I wouldn't wait up. Put it that way, Mum. If you're watching.
Inacoma said, Ange said experienced players. Levy said, fuck no. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Because that is what Ange said in his pretty much his last press conference.
Do you reckon Frank is going to demand experienced players? I don't know if he will.
Probably not. All the players that he failed in signing have all come to us.
One little thing, though. That Mbeumo deal to United hasn't been confirmed yet. Any chance we can put our hat in the ring now?
Don't know. I don't think so, because Mbeumo apparently was a Man United fan all his life and he's desperate to go there.
Maybe Frank can use his.
Does he like Frank more than Manchester United?
I don't
Remains
know.
to be seen.
Maybe Frank can use his powers of persuasion.
I don't think so. Joel says, I fear that Frank lacks the courage to challenge Levy and will prioritise the top 4 over cups.
That's also one thing. Frank has the main thing, I think, the major reason why Frank has been so successful. Obviously, him himself being a great manager, but the relationship between him and the board has been incredible. Like, that has been a massive reason why he's been
Between
so
Frank
successful.
and the board at Brentford,
yeah, Frank and the board. They're on the same page on everything, every decision. They're all on the same page. He's not going to have that at Tottenham. He's going to get pushback. He's not going to get all he wants. He's going to. There's so much politics. Everyone knows Tottenham's one of the most political clubs. There is so much politics to be had at Tottenham. Like, is Frank going to be able to deal with that side of it as well?
Well, we got to hope for more change at board level for that to happen. That's the only way.
Look, there is obviously a lot of change, and hopefully maybe they're going to be a lot more helpful than they have been to other managers with Frank. But I'm just saying that relationship with Frank and the board at Brentford was so crucial to their success, and that is something we're going to need to harness.
But that's it, right? You're talking about manager after manager after manager after manager. Visions disaligned with every manager that passes through the door. At what point are we going to have a manager and a board where their visions are completely aligned and they want to get consistent success and fight on both fronts and build a squad that's actually capable of doing that?
Mm-hmm.
When are we ever going to have that?
Who
The only
knows?
way to have that is change at board level.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
GBHK10 says, clueless ownership, divided fan base, and now an unsettled dressing room. What is the vision for Mr. Levy? Love the channel, boys. The vision for Mr. Levy is to make as much revenue as possible and spend as little as possible. That's the vision for Mr. Levy.
Wow, there's over 4,000 votes on the poll we put up. Is sacking Ange the right decision? 70% say no.
Yeah.
It's a lot of votes. It's probably the most votes we've ever had on a poll on the channel.
Blanton says, we have to judge this situation based on who we sign as manager, how much we back them in the window, and which players leave due to the firing of Ange. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you can only judge that once it's all said and done. So right now you can only judge a decision after it's been made. And what we know, what the barefaced facts are in front of our faces, is we've just won a European trophy, the first one since 1984, first trophy since 2008.
Mm-hmm.
17th in the league, 5th in the league the season before. Crazy amounts of injuries in both seasons. And we've sacked him two weeks after the greatest week of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we can judge it on right now. Crazy Rat says, Sim and me are on the verge of tears.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oasis _2025 says, no words to be honest. We could have at least given Ange another season. If that didn't work, we could have sacked him. This is the wrong decision. Levy out. And that's completely right. Like, what was the harm in just giving it another go?
Mm-hmm.
At least until December.
Agreed. And again, I'm saying like they've stated in their statement, we need someone who can compete on multiple fronts, but you bring in someone who's never done it. So I don't understand the logic there.
Jack Doherty says, why are people acting like this isn't going to happen again? Are people in the chat generally thinking Frank will be any different? This cycle will not stop. Yeah, it's true. Because
happen every time.
If Frank doesn't hit the ground running, right, and he has a poor start to the season, and we have a poor season by the end, I think he'll be given the season. But if he ends up with like mid-table finish or something like that, then he'll just go at the end of the season. They'll sack him.
100%. Yeah, that's the thing. With Frank coming in, what does he need to do? I guess I don't know. It's confusing what he needs. I guess it's kind of will just be stabilise the league place. But is that what we've just got a manager who's capable of maybe doing more than that? So that's kind of all I think Frank's going to be able to do next season, really.
Talk THFC says the club is back to November 2019 disgrace. And you know what? I do have similar feelings to that.
Sweet.
I've just got a feeling in my gut that this is just a really bad decision from a really bad decision.
Mm-hmm.
Just as like a lot of fans were just falling in love with the club again after years in the abyss. You know what I mean? When we were last proper in love with the club was Pochettino. And then we were falling out. And that night in Bilbao just brought all those feelings back, that pure love for the club back again. And now the manager's gone. Jackson Cliff says, the Levian people forget Ange got us 5th place and missed Champions League by a missed one-on-one by Son in his first season with a worse squad. Yep.
Yeah, 100%, and that shows that he can do it in this league. I understand it, the reasons why we fell off this season in the league, but I just think there are reasons behind it. We can learn from it. That is just something that we've never, like this club, always kind of we never learn from things, and instead we just chuck it out for something new, and we don't allow situations to kind of learn from them, allow managers to learn from situations. So you can't do it, then you're out. And that's when you're not going to give the managers the tools to kind of get instant success, and they're going to need to, learn from things and make mistakes. And look, don't get me wrong, Andrew's made plenty of mistakes this season, 100%. Plenty of mistakes, but he's made them, and you've got to give him a chance to show that he's learned from it. And I think there's evidence at the end of the season, he had learned from some of these mistakes in the second half of the season. So give him a chance to really show that league season was an anomaly. But he ain't going to get that chance. But what happens if Frank makes mistakes? He's not going to make no mistakes. He'll make mistakes, I'm telling you. And unless you give him a chance to learn from them, he's going to be out the door as well.
But it's hard not to make mistakes at this football club because of the position that you get put in by this football club. Mm-hmm. That's the reality. You know what I mean? So sometimes, most of the time, it doesn't go like round the way of how good you are as a manager at this football club. You can only deal with what you're given.
Yeah,
and you're not given a lot here.
Yeah, especially compared to some of our rivals
who you want to compete with.
Mm-hmm.
Like they ask managers to compete with the Liverpools, Man Cities, Arsenals, Chelseas, even Newcastles, Aston Villas.
You're giving them Gray and you're giving them teenagers.
Like Aston Villa, who were in the Championship not long ago, they wanted to kick on and get Champions League football in January. They slapped the money down for Rashford, Asensio, Marlon, these kind of players. You know what I mean? What do we get? We get teenagers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they want to compete at the same level.
And the only way if you want to do it that way, it can work. But you have to give it time.
Yeah.
And we're clearly not willing to do that, even off the base of a trophy. Even though we're in that time that we're doing all this to progress and given that time to develop, we won a trophy within that. We actually had success within that time, and that's still not enough.
K-Con with the super chat, no comment. Thank you very much for that. Blymer says Levy can F off. Josh Bonner, big up to you, says at times the football was disastrous. We look clueless. That comes from Ange. JM, always the same. James Madison says always the same play. Not all players wanted him to stay. And you know what? Everyone goes back to that James Madison thing on the side. Like he literally could have been speaking about anything and anyone at that moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like everyone thinks like just because they saw him mouth something to Son, I think it was at the time, You know, everyone thinks that they know exactly the context of what they were speaking at. No, nobody knows, apart from James Maddison.
And also, who knows that they were exactly? But who knows who's getting frustrated at the manager? Maybe he's getting frustrated at the players for not doing the right things. Who knows what they were getting frustrated at? All I know is he's talking very well about the manager since the final one ever, and for a lot of the season he's spoken very well. So I don't see Maddison as someone who is happy for Ange to leave, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe he is.
Shazad says, I've been supporting Spurs and you guys for ages, all my heart and soul. The previews, the therapy, every possession. I come from Toronto, so many games for years because I care. Where's the reciprocal care from Spurs? There is none, mate. There absolutely is none.
Looking in the
Welcome
wrong
to
place.
club. There's one here from S saying, Ange broke the no trophy policy. Makes sense, to be fair. Levy's a soulless man running a soulless operation.
Exactly. If you win a trophy, we don't do that here. You're out the door, mate. We don't do that here.
Yeah. Shazad says, wasn't there for Poch, not for Kane, not for Ange. Expect you to stand for the badge, but discard your first chance you get. I love Spurs. I hate what they've become under ENIC. Henry says, unless we hire Klopp, no hiring makes sense. Shazad again says, today I truly feel like I'm done. You give the minimum to us. I will now give the minimum back. Levy and ENIC out. Well, it looks like a lot of people turning against the board, and quite rightly so. Michael Hellman says, a trophy yields an organisational fire sale. Feel like more is happening behind the scenes. Many rumours in this transfer window are materialising. Just not for us.
Yeah.
Mr. Pox Office says, as the Premier League context, more tactics than injuries. But everything goes into it, man. Everything goes into it. You can't fully implement your tactics, can you, if you've got 12 of your first team players?
And the players who are playing are inexperienced, they're teenagers.
Archie
They're
Vett,
going to need
centre-back.
time. They're going to need time to get up to speed. And also, not only that, and a lot of them are new players anyway, just in general. And the more experienced ones in that time, like Davis and Forster, who are just past their best. Like, there's a lot of reasons why that happened.
Yeah.
A lot of reasons.
Danny Bex says, anyone saying league was rubbish. Everyone saying the league was rubbish, but we had loads of injuries and not enough depth, so we had to either go for the league or a cup. We couldn't do both. And on top of that, we actually won that cup. ATK, just with the super chat, no comment, thank you very much. Marcus says, ever realised that players like Dele Alli development plummeted because we kept changing managers? These constant changes hurt us in the long run. No more stop-start projects after 2 years. Commit.
Agreed. You need to
Agree
commit.
that could have stunted Dele Alli's development?
I think Delhi was already on the decline even when Poch was leaving, but obviously it probably accelerated a bit when. I mean, actually, he had a bit of an upturn when Mourinho first came in, but didn't last for very long, maybe a month or two. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about Dele Alli specifically, but I think for the club that we are, I think stability is a very important thing. I really believe that, because as you say, as I've been saying, we're not going to spend the money that's required to spend our way to the top, spend our way into contention. And so the only other way, I've said this whole season, the only other way you do it is giving projects time to build, and you get familiarity. The players get to know each other, certain way of playing, philosophies, all that kind of stuff. And that comes with time, and you need to give it time to get to a certain point.
And it's even more reinforced that point when you've got a young squad as we do.
Exactly. That's also one of the main reasons, because you've got a young squad. So chopping and changing, I don't think it's going to benefit them.
Mark Collins with the super chat, no comment, big up to you. Wibbers says, how bad does it look to potential managers when you sack the last one just after winning your first trophy in 17 years? Repeat of summer 2021 incoming. What happened to summer of 2021?
That was when we went on a long manager search.
I don't think so. I think Frank's going to be announced pretty soon, to be honest. Vinicius Carrera says, can't wait for the next fan seminar where Levy will say he got his Tottenham back, ready for 17 more trophyless years. Will he get the applause again? I hope not.
What do we do if Frank just surprises us and says, you know what, I gave the gentleman's agreement, I'm going to honour it? We're screwed.
We're going to go for Marco Silva, aren't we?
Marco Silva. Is that who we're going to go for? You know what I mean? That'd be such a joke.
I think an agreement's already been made.
I hope so. I'm just saying, what if, I mean, I'm guessing that's why they've announced it, because there's agreement in place. But what if there's something,
What I said to you, last week is why they're taking so long is because they're speaking to other managers, which was obviously, I think that's been clear. And I don't think they come to this decision and wait so long for this decision. Like, if they were going to sack a manager without having a plan in place, they would have sacked him a week ago. You know what I mean? So I think this plan is already in place to bring in Frank.
I think the plan is there, but
As in, like, they wouldn't have. They wouldn't.
Who knows?
I don't think they. I know you can't really count anything out with this board, 100%. But I just don't believe that in this moment in time we've sacked Ange and it's taken us so long to sack Ange without an agreement with Frank.
I agree. I'm just saying, until it's announced and official, it's never done, really, is it? And what if there's some sort of last minute U-turn with Frank? What do we do? Honestly, we're going to be appointing Marco Silva, and I wouldn't want Marco Silva.
Michael Hellman says if Palace are barred from the Europa League, Glasner could be an option. Now, Glasner ain't leaving, even if they don't get Europa League. He's not leaving. He's onto a good thing there. Jaco says Spurs are the Cleveland Browns of the Premier. F me. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means. I'm guessing they're a joke.
Crazy Rat says Sim, use this money to go on a vacation and reminisce on the good old Ange days. Sim, don't be sad because it's over. Smile because it.
I'll try one day.
£5 to go on holiday, mate.
Thank you, Crazy. Well, what holiday can I do going for £5? You
I
reckon?
don't know. They used to do those flights on Ryanair that you can get for £1.
Okay, I'll look into it, Crazy. But thank you. One day I'll be able to smile because it happened, but right now I'm not happy.
K-Con says Arsenal fan, Tottenham have made the right choice. What, for you or for us? Jack Doherty says
he doesn't want us winning any more trophies. Trust me.
Exactly. Wish folks would stop talking of Ange as if tactics matter anymore. There is no manager that can operate under Levy, and fans are helping him dodge blame. Yeah. Josh Sandu, is that the Josh Sandu? Don't know. It could be. Boys, I've been a Spurs fan. No, I don't think so. All my life, and I'm only 18. This was the only success I've ever seen. When we sack Ange, congrats to what he did. Come on, you Spurs.
Yes, it's the same. You're same with a lot of people. It's the only success they've ever seen.
Yeah, I was saying that yesterday. Like, people under the age of 24, 23 have just never seen us win anything. Zachary says it's ridiculous. Levy is a parasite. Time to go. Kim with the super chat. No comment. Big up to you. Lawrence says, I know of a manager who's up the other end of Seven Sisters Road that you can have. No, thank you. Nick Mosley says, Ange was our fourth choice last time since managers knew they can't trust Levy and the club. No manager should come near us if they are wise. Godspeed, Frank.
Frank does have to realise, coming to Tottenham, he is putting his reputation online in a sense that, when, for example, someone like Nuno, he came, obviously with a decent reputation when he came, went so wrong, and it took him years having to rebuild that after it went so wrong.
Yeah.
So Frank's got, he's got to make sure the same thing doesn't happen to him.
Yeah. Danny says, this channel would literally do a better job than the current board. The board consists of people with zero footballing knowledge. That's why we need Don Fabio on the board. Zachary says, what players do you see leaving now? Kuti 100%. I mean, would you be surprised if Porro would look to leave now? Because Porro was number one.
Who knows?
It could be anyone.
A lot of people can look to leave.
Nick Mosley says, Ornstein said no contact with any other managers so far. I mean, I just don't believe that, though. Can you genuinely believe there's been no contact with any managers?
No, everyone's saying there's been contact.
That's what Ornstein
said. Ornstein says no contact with Brentford.
Right.
Not with Frank.
Right.
Ewan McNamee says, think Leeds or Burnley get 40 points next season. We were lucky that the bottom three were so bad this season. Ange could have had us relegated next season. Yeah, I mean, you say that, but we literally went through the last 10 seasons in the Premier League, and with the points tally that we got, we wouldn't have been relegated in any of those seasons. And that's with the biggest injury crisis we've ever seen.
He was never going to get us relegated. All this fear-mongering, it was never... If there was any fear of that, he would have taken the league more seriously. The only reason it got so bad in the league is he knew it was done. We weren't going to get relegated, so he could just put all his eggs into that Europa League basket. If there was any real possibility, then it would have been a different scenario. We would have to have got more points.
Samuel Lynch says, "What's wrong with Marco Silva?" What is wrong? I actually rate Marco Silva. I think he's a really good manager.
He didn't do great at Everton. Hasn't done great at other big clubs. Done pretty well at Fulham. I'll give him credit.
Done really well at Fulham.
He's done pretty well at Fulham, but I think from what I've seen, he's done well, but he hasn't done well enough to suggest he's ready for a big job, in my opinion. And I think the football can be a bit stale. It can be good on certain days as well, but I think it can be a bit stale. And I don't know, I'm just not. I think as well, his personality, I'm not sure about it. I just don't think he's the right fit.
Tim Anton says, more holiday money for Sim.
Only for me. You're not going on holiday.
I'm not allowed on holiday.
You're not
mate.
going on holiday, mate.
El Wibback says, guys, I understand the heartache given the trophy euphoria, but look how appalling we've been in the Prem. Change Rad, not sure Frank. Ange had to go. So who are you sure on then? Like, what manager can come in and win us a trophy and get us fighting at the top of the league, top 4, top 5, top 6? Mm-hmm. What manager on the current market can do that? Ange has shown he can finish in the top 5 and he can win us a trophy. Yeah, they've been 2 different seasons, but if we keep growing and keep giving him the players that we want, who says he can't do it?
Yeah, I think so as well.
HR with the super chat, no comment, no, thank you very much. Adam C says, Levy would have sacked Sir Alex after 13th and an FA Cup after 89-90 season, finished 11th the year before too.
100%, he would have been gone.
Yeah, but he would have sacked Keith Birkinshaw as well.
Mm-hmm.
Iron Bear says, what ex-Chelsea managers are currently available?
AVB, can we get him? Is he retired? Did he come out of retirement?
Isn't he like a NASCAR driver or something?
I tell you one, Rafa Benitez, he's available.
Rafa Benitez.
Get Rafa in. Ranieri, he's retired, but you can coax him out of retirement. Any other former? Can we get Mourinho Jose back?
Ollie Perry says, Levy doesn't even have the decency to release a statement thanking Ange. He's risking Romero and Porro leaving, and probably some others too.
Yeah.
Void Zabre says, when the new appointment gets battered in the Super Cup, the fans and the dressing room morale will be demolished. Nuno 2.0. And that's a good point. Like Frank's first competitive game will be the Super Cup against PSG.
He becomes an instant hero if we win.
First competitive game.
Yeah. How
Is that
about
not
that?
mad?
Baptism of fire, yeah.
Oh, God. KJ19 with the super chat, no comment. Thank you for that. Stag says, let's be honest, the only manager we are going to attract are the ones looking for a paycheck. They won't care about the direction of development because the board are impossible to please.
I think Frank is going to look to develop his career. He knows he's been at Brentford, a smallish club compared to the big timers, and this is his big opportunity. This is it.
KJ says, we need expressions as manager. El Matador says, you should use your platform to organise a protest. I mean, I'm going to leave that to the Change for Tottenham people. They do a very good job at it. And if you want to show them their support, go and do that. We'll be doing that too. Niall Thorpe with the super chat, no comment. And Rovshan says the board will still hope a manager can get the best out of what he has, hence why Bissouma, Richarlison, etc. will still be given the chance to fail again. And yeah, that's the point. Like all these players that we thought were going to go, do they get a new lease of life?
That's the thing. I think all bets are off now about who's going to go. We don't really know. All bets are off. It's like I think Frank's gonna have a big look at the squad, and he might find use to players that that maybe Ange thought weren't good enough for him. It's all bets are off now. I think there's a good chance Frank won't won't demand major investment, I think.
Yeah.
So what now? We're sitting here waiting for a Frank announcement.
No, it's not going to be announced today. I guess what should we start getting fans on?
Oh, God. Another day in paradise following Tottenham Hotspur. Another manager down the drain. Is that 17th, 18th manager under the Daniel Levy ownership? Flushed down the drain. Kim AD says, when a company does bad, the chairman is in trouble, not in Spurs. We use the sack the manager button. Tim Ricker says, fellas, on a serious note, what would it actually take to see Levy out and a proper regime shift at board level? What power do the fans truly have? And Tigario says, Levy will fuck Thomas as well, to be frank.
To be frank. Oh, to be frank.
Sean F27 says, it's crazy looking back at the parade scenes when only last month how quickly Levy ruined the joy. What's next? We have no transfer budget. Talk to HFC saying the replacement must be Javi, but who says Javi can come in and work with this board? Javi will get tired and frustrated with it all.
Yeah, 100. That's what I'm thinking. That he's going to have too much demands for this board. This is why Frank is the perfect appointment, because he'll happily work within a small budget.
Get him on.
I don't think he can right now. God.
Let's get George on. Go on, bring him on. Yes, George, mate. Last time we saw you was one of the best days at this football club. Fast forward 2 weeks, the manager's gone. Run me through your feelings, my friend.
I could only come on for one happy session before I went to shit again.
Yeah.
Mate, I'm still spitting feathers. It's been 40 minutes and I'm having to censor myself because I don't want to say anything that's going to get myself or you guys in trouble for it being on your channel, but where the fuck do we go from here?
Thomas Frank, it seems.
Would you prefer him or would you prefer Ange? Would you prefer a proven winner or someone who, yet again, is resetting the whole, 18 months, 2 years cycle that we've been in since a certain hero of the club left, who, in my eyes, is still nowhere near as much of a hero as Ange. He gave me the ability to watch a final whilst my granddad was still alive, as I've told you guys. Ange has done so much more for me than anyone else at this club. Mm-hmm. I'm distraught.
And reading the statement from Tottenham saying that statement said that despite that there's been circumstances for the poor league form and despite the injury crisis and prioritising of the Europa League, we need to go in a direction and change the approach so we can manage multiple competitions and balance them. So they're basically laying that blame on Ange essentially by saying that in his statement of his sacking. How do you feel about that?
I think it's proven yet again that Daniel Levy prioritises top four over any trophies. This was the biggest trophy we could have got this season and wasn't enough. We ultimately, I could understand it if we'd been relegated or something like that. We weren't. I know we were like the first team above the drop zone, but it's still, in my eyes, the best season in 41 years. it's completely inexcusable. I've just been going through Twitter since the news has come out. I've seen countless people agree with yourselves, with me. Obviously, that poll that had 4,000 people. I've seen 3 tweets in 40 minutes that agree with this decision. Only 3.
I mean, it was clear the tide had turned on Ange because you know me, I was pretty much Ange out for the majority of the season. But when he delivers such success at this football club, when you see the parade, when you've been to Bilbao, when you wherever you watched it, regardless of where you watched the final, the tide had turned, and he had the full belief of the players. He had the majority of the backing of the fan base as well. I just don't understand this decision.
It's almost like Levy's trying to find as many people to piss off as he can before he sells the club.
Yeah.
For some reason, that's just the feeling I get. It feels like this is a very, I can't think of the right word, but very antagonistic thing to have done when it's very clear what the fan base have said. And it's very clear, and you guys, I can't knock your opinions for wanting him out before the final. But as you've said there, look how many people have changed their minds since the final because of that one night he's given us. That's the best night of my entire life. Yeah. And I'm sure that goes for a lot of Spurs fans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just hard to take. And I just feel like a bit hollow inside after feeling the news. And that's someone who's pretty much wanted him out all season. And I just feel like we've made a massive mistake here. Because he's deserved the chance to right the wrongs after giving us that night.
100%. 100%. For me, this is more, and I know you guys probably disagree with this, but for me, this is more upsetting than losing Poch. Because although, Poch, he was here longer, so that's kind of the mitigating factor, but Poch never won anything.
Yeah,
he got us to a final of the biggest competition in the world at the time, but he didn't win it.
So tell me about the thought about potentially Thomas Frank replacing him. There's been a lot of talk about it. How do you feel like that would be as an appointment? Taking your feelings about Ange Postecoglou out the door. I know it's just happened, but now that's happened. There's no taking that back. So moving forward, would Frank be your choice? Is he the guy that you'd be confident going into next season with?
No, but I wouldn't be confident in anyone, and this is where I kind of have to own up to the viewers as well. I know you guys know that I'm more of a Spurs fan than a football fan, right? Mm-hmm. So I live and breathe Tottenham Hotspur, but if, let's say, Man United v Everton's on TV, I'm asleep 10 minutes into it. It's the most boring shit I've ever watched. So I feel like I'm not knowledgeable enough to be able to say, yes, he's who I want in, but in the same breath, I don't feel like I can say that about anyone. Going back to before we got Postecoglou in, I said, never heard of him. Who the fuck is he? Why are we getting someone like that? Then I started looking into him and appreciating it and thinking it was a good idea. I'm going to have to go and do the same for Frank. But ultimately, for me, it's a decision of someone who won you something and brought, in the Premier League, the worst season ever. And away from the Premier League, the best season ever. I can see why the decision was made, but I wholeheartedly stand against it because I think the fans' opinion should be listened to. Daniel Levy keeps calling himself a Spurs fan. Well, if you're a Spurs fan, why do you keep making these stupid fucking decisions?
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense to me. This club is not destined for success; it's destined for failure.
Mm-hmm. And that's been the history of this club for a long time.
And it's always going to come back to him. Every single time it's going to come back to him until there is significant change at boardroom level and Daniel Levy either changes his ways or removes himself from the position. We're always going to keep finding ourselves back in this position, aren't we?
Yeah. And I'll reiterate what I've said on the channel and said to Brian the very first time I ever met him in person. And that was whilst we had Conte as manager. And I said, if he doesn't work out, this has got to be the final straw for Daniel Levy because what foot does he have left to stand on?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it again now because now what foot does he have left to stand on? Yes, with Conte, he didn't win anything. Ange has.
Yeah.
What argument is there other than where we finished in the Premier League? Which, by the way, and I don't know if this is something to do with Pep's style of football or whatever, but for me, Premier League standard of football has slipped drastically. It's not an enjoyable competition to watch in comparison to others. And yes, that could be because of the season Spurs have just had that's making me say that. Most likely is. But it's not the same competition where there's hard tackles and solid defending and amazing strikes like the best in the world. It's mediocre now. And that kind of seems how Ange saw it as well this season and has prioritized something that's actually hard to achieve, i.e. a European competition and a trophy at this club.
Yeah.
Lost
Look,
for words.
regardless, it's a hard one to take, George, but we got a long night and a lot of callers ahead, so I want to thank you for calling in, my friend.
No worries. I will be here watching you guys all evening. So if you get bored of things to say, I'm always here to come back.
Thank you,
Cheers,
mate.
George.
Thank you, George.
Nice to see you,
Speak
man.
soon.
All right. Thanks again.
So a bit more coming out. Jack Pitbrook says that over the course of the season, figures at the club started to wonder whether the management of the players was partly responsible for the spate of muscle injuries.
Yeah, look, I think definitely there was something about that for sure. But I also think they managed that situation, but in the second half of the season, I think there was a lot less when the players came back. But look, we obviously were prioritising competitions at that point. But I think Ange has admitted there's been mistakes there for sure, and it will yes, he made mistakes. He would acknowledge that, but give him a chance to learn from them.
The Athletic says that rival managers sense a vulnerability in Spurs. You could see what their ideas are very clearly, said a coach at a rival Premier League club who wished to remain anonymous to protect relationships. They play with a lot of players in their front line. They're good at the high press. Where they score a lot of goals. But when their fullbacks are both up, leaving big spaces down the sides, you can kill them.
But I think he adjusted that.
He did adjust that second half of the season. In terms of super chats, there's more from J Jazz. Says appointing Thomas Frank smells Nuno all over again. I think that is unfair. I don't think it will be another Nuno. I just don't think it will be. Mark Collins says, love talking to Brian, Grandpa Brian. Rest in peace. Keep up the great work. And the board and Levy out. Big up to you, Mark.
Appreciate the super chat.
Jay says the only manager that will put a smile back on my face is Zinedine Zidane. Thomas Frank just isn't the one. Well, Zidane definitely ain't coming here, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a pipe dream.
HR says it's 3 a.m. here in Australia. They're going to be raging when they wake up in a few hours. Keep up the great work, lads.
I'm sure they've all got an Ange alert on their phones. I'm sure they all know.
Right.
Maybe that's why they announced it now. So again, not to get as much backlash.
It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
The Aussies are coming. And they're coming for you, Mr. Daniel. Let's bring on Farhan. Farhan, Ange Postecoglou is gone 2 weeks after that night in Bilbao. Run me through how you're feeling right now.
I'm gutted. Absolutely gutted. Like, for me, this is... You know what? I kind of saw it coming, even though I didn't want it to. You know why? Because I remember after we had won the match in Bilbao, Postecoglou said something in the press conference that it piqued my interest. He said that he kind of did this despite a lot of the figures at the club not agreeing with the kind of direction that he was doing, prioritizing the Europa League over the Premier League. And he said, and I actually thought it was a very important statement. A lot of people didn't notice it, but I actually think it said a lot about, I think he at some point in the season was like, no, screw this. I'm going to do this my way. And I'm going to do what the fans want, which is a trophy. And I actually think this is reinforced in the club statement, which, by the way, is an absolute piss take. Like, I think it's a disgrace saying that, oh, we want a manager who can kind of compete on every single front. That's nonsense. Like, you have to spend the money to build a squad that's fit to do that. That blame should be on the board, not on the manager. Like, he expects us to win the league and the European trophy, or like I guess I get top four maybe, but like, I'm sorry, but especially with the injuries, which I mean, they say that they understand that there have been injuries and circumstances, but if you understand it, then you would realize that there is no chance in hell that we were able to compete on both fronts. Yeah, could Ange have played another defender in the Premier League? Yes, maybe. What would it have done? At best, we finished 2 places higher. Guys, do we really care between 15th and 17th?
Also, Farhan, not only is it a bad expectation, no one's ever done it in the Tottenham job.
Exactly.
No one's ever
And like another,
yeah.
what I don't understand is that I don't think Levy understands how bad of an example this sets for any other manager. So let's kind of go through the managers since Poch, right? So we've hired Mourinho, we've hired Conte, right? This is after sacking Poch, who was a good thing. We all agree it was wrong to sack Poch, but he didn't win us anything. So you go for proven winners in Conte and Jose. They don't win anything. You sack them. I mean, obviously there's circumstances. Apparently, they say things that the club didn't like about certain decisions, whatever. But they didn't win anything. The proven winners, so you sack them, right? I'm not even gonna count Nuno because that was 10 games. Like he doesn't even remember it exist in my brain. But like, then you have Postecoglou, right? And another thing that Postecoglou said in that press conference was like, oh, we went for the proven winners, but now we've got Big Ange. He was set up to fail ever since the beginning. I don't think they ever brought him in to be like, they never expected this guy to win us anything. Like, genuinely, I think they brought him in. He's going to be a solid, like, challenging for the top 6, maybe get in the Champions League every now and then. And, that's good enough for the board. But now that he's actually done it, I actually think it gives the board no leg to stand on. Because I think as much as, yes, it's not great being 17. Guys, he's won us the Europa League. Like, I can't begin to explain like how ridiculous it is that after 17 years of not winning anything, 2 weeks after we win the Europa League, we sack this guy. Like, again, another issue I have is, so we could have sacked him at like any point in the season, right? I think maybe like January, February, maybe March. I think the best example would have been after the first leg against AZ Alkmaar, right? We lost that leg 1-0. I think if they sack him then, I still wouldn't have done it. But if they had, at least you could have been like, this is to save our Europa League campaign. It's already looking bad in the Premier League anyways. There's nothing to play for. So then you kind of go for someone else with the hopes of rescuing the season. But then you keep him on, be like, okay, go ahead, like, redeem yourself, rescue the season. And then he does it, and then you sack him. So, like, what do you want? Like, it screams of, like, this club just not having any plan. Like, even now, like, I know you guys are saying that, they must have spoken to Frank, and, I mean, I'll get into Thomas Frank in a bit, but they must have spoken to Frank and have some idea of whether or not he wants to come to Spurs. Maybe there have been contacts, but genuinely, guys, I don't think there's been anything that concrete because, like, at no point does this club scream to me that they have any form of planning ahead. Like, I genuinely, and this is my heart of hearts, I believe they thought we were going to lose the Europa League. They were ready to sack Ange, and when he actually went and did it, they were like, "Oh no, like, what do we do? Like, this is gonna look so bad if we sack him right now." So I don't know. That's how I think.
But
what about you guys?
it's not just it's not just winning the Europa League, but it's also the outpouring of support that he got after that from the players and the fans as well. I don't think they expected that whatsoever.
That too, and a lot of people, I mean, you guys as well, have said that like would it be a wrong decision to keep him just based on the fact that maybe we're being emotional right now, we're still on the high of the Europa League? But I actually think it's a lot more logical than that, right? So at some point in the season, we already knew the Premier League was done. We were out of the other competitions, right?
Yeah.
So the reason we knew he's in the job is to get us over the line in the Europa League, right? That's not emotional. That's like, okay, you keep the job if you win this because you've laid out a plan where you've sacrificed everything else to win this trophy. It's a dangerous game, and if we lose against Man United, right, that's catastrophic. Like that is horrendous. But that's the thing. Like he put it all on the line and he got the job done. So I don't think it's emotional to say, oh, just because of that one night, you shouldn't keep a manager on. He and I genuinely believe him when he says this. He has just straight up prioritized the Europa League. Like, guys, we were playing Van de Ven and Romero, right? I think ever since they came back, they played one game together in the Premier League. That was Nottingham Forest at home, in which they both came off at halftime. That is how much they didn't care about the Premier League. And listen, you can have your opinions about that. I agree with Ange because, like, for me, the difference between finishing 17th and 14th, there's nothing there. Like, it's the same thing. It's still embarrassing either ways. But if that means you have a better shot at winning a trophy, and guys, we haven't in my lifetime, right? I was alive for when we won the Carabao Cup, but I wasn't. I was like a baby, right? Like I don't remember it at all.
Yeah.
This is the first trophy that me and I think many other Spurs fans have ever witnessed in their lives, and Ange is the reason that happened, and all the players love him, and I think that's why I think Ange. The reason the players adore him so much is because a lot of the times, whenever a player is criticized, he comes out and he says, "No, this is on me. Like tactically, this is on me. I'm telling them to do this, and that blame should be on me." Of course, the players back him, and rightly so. And now I dread to think what is in store for next season. To be honest.
Well, tell me,
yeah.
just quickly, we got a lot of people in the background, but tell me quick thoughts on Thomas Frank's potential appointment.
Listen, out of the available choices, like the Premier League ones, I think Frank would have been my first one. Because I do think Frank I think to be a Spurs manager, more than being like this proven world-class coach, you have to be the kind of man who knows how to deal with the madness of the Spurs job. Like you think Poch, right? He was a good kind of communicator and kind of like this dad figure to everyone, which is why he worked. Postecoglou, as much as I think before we got him, a lot of people said, oh, he doesn't really talk to the players. He kind of stands back. Doesn't look like that to me. I think he's mellowed out a little bit. Like, I think he had a really good connection with the players. And that's one of the reasons I'm so annoyed that he got sacked. Because I think since Poch, he's the first guy who was able to understand the madness that is Tottenham Hotspur. And he worked around it. And I think Frank, as much as, is he as flashy of a name as a Xavi, right? He isn't, but I would much rather have Thomas Frank because I think he has that level of communication that is required for a club like ours. The only thing that worries me is that, not that I ever thought we were going to win the Champions League next season anyways, but I think forget about making a decent run in it. And that's not me trying to be disrespectful to Thomas Frank. I think he's gonna need time. I think Frank is a manager where we'll finish in like around the top 6 in the Premier League, but in terms of other competitions, I don't know. I really don't think we'll do much next season. And also, I think he's not the kind of guy who's gonna demand a lot of transfers that from the board because he'll like what's it called I think if you kept Ange, right, he knows what kind of squad he likes, like what players he wants out. So we could have, if we kept Ange, started the transfer business early. Now, I bet nobody of note, like a Richarlison or Bissouma or anybody else, probably doesn't leave before preseason. And he looks at it, and we'll be doing our business late again. I think players like Romero...
That's a point I made to Ben, actually. I think that... with Frank coming in, he's going to need time to assess his squad. He's going to have to look at it in pre-season. I think the transfer is only going to come late. But look, Farhan, really appreciate you coming on. We've got a lot of people waiting, so we have to move on. But really, really great to see you again, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thanks, Farhan.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate. A couple more super chats to get through. Simon says, could it be that this marks Levy's exit from the club, where the future owner still wanted a manager change anyway? Gutted, Ange is gone, ENIC out. If this what it takes was to force change at the top and for Levy to go, which I highly doubt, but if that is the case,
What, Ange leaving, or just the fan backlash? What's he saying?
just the whole situation at the football club. He's saying, could it be this that marks the Levy's exit? I'm guessing fan backlash, player backlash, whole disgruntlement within the club.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Look, I doubt it heavily, but I'm just saying if that is a case and that is true, then I'll be up for it.
There's been some suggestion on social media that the fact that Levy didn't put his name on the statement implies maybe it wasn't completely his decision.
Maybe. But he's still going to cop the flack for it, and so he should. George says, Levy got it right with this one. If Spurs hadn't won a trophy, nearly every Spurs fan would want Ange sacked, you, Ben, included. Cheers, Ange, come on, you Spurs. And yeah, that might be true, but he did win the trophy, and he's won the first trophy at this football club since 2008 and the first European trophy since 1984. So we can all deal in ifs, buts and maybes, but the absolute is that he won the trophy.
Exactly, that's the world we live in.
Crazy Rat, Sim's best mate, says, Sim, let's turn the frown upside down. Also, I'm running out of money. You are very powerful, Sim. You make every penny worth it. You are our tribal chief.
Well, look, I don't want you to go broke, Crazy, so I appreciate you. Thank you. Call in and let's have your opinion.
Scorpion Fan for Life says, Levy forever hated, Ange forever a legend at Spurs. And that's the fact, he is a legend at Spurs.
Absolutely. And that's kind of just, in a weird way, it's now absolutely cemented, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even though, I mean, either way it probably was, but the fact that he's going off on that high, it's a complete cemented legend.
Isaac Newton Jr. says, we need to restart the project again. Tired of new project from new manager. It's wasting time. The only way now is to boost fans' morale in hiring Poch. I mean, unfortunately, Poch ain't coming back right now. He's got a World Cup to play. Gregory Casey says, I'm a Spurs fan since 1967, and while sacking Poch was an appalling decision that I thought could never be repeated, the sacking of Ange is a despicable act by Levy and ENIC. Romero will now leave. I wish Ange the very best. Our sentiment as well. Some horse says, using the transfer window to buy managers instead of players. Spursy. Brian Gray says, how many times over the years have we said, I can't believe we do this without a plan? Ange earned the third year, 100%. And KG19 says, can't smile without Ange. Big up to you, KG.
Yeah, it'll take me a while to smile again.
But let's get our next caller on. Goes by the name of Ez. Ez, talk to me,
How you doing, boys?
Yeah, just,
fuming.
going through the emotions, man. Another manager fallen by the wayside. Another manager with the wielded the axe by Daniel Levy.
Another one bites the dust.
Another one has bitten the dust. Talk to me through your feelings, man.
I'm fuming, mate. Absolutely fuming. I mean, you read the statement. They say competing on all fronts. Well, half of them is good. It's not just the Europa League we competed in. We was 120 minutes away from the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's competing in another competition. So multiple fronts, he did that.
Yeah, but Ez, they say competing on multiple fronts, but have they ever given the manager the tools to really compete on multiple fronts anyway?
No, they haven't. I've said it all year. You can't sign 2 senior players in 2 seasons and fill the rest of the squad out with kids and expect anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, he done a miracle with what he had. To win us that Europa League, I think, was a miracle.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they're throwing him under the bus with that statement, saying we need to go in a
100%.
direction? I mean, obviously they've sacked him, so that's kind of throwing him under the bus. But them saying we need to go in a different approach if we're going to be able to compete on multiple fronts. They're kind of laying the blame on him for why we haven't been able to do it.
100%, of course they are, but that's what Levy does, isn't he? He deflects. He puts it all on someone else, usually the manager, which is why we've been in the position we're in, where we was 17 years without a trophy. And I expect now we're probably going to go another 17 years without a trophy.
I wouldn't bet against it, mate.
No, it's absolutely ridiculous.
So
Absolutely ridiculous.
What's your feelings towards Thomas Frank if he is going to be the man?
I like Thomas Frank, but I don't think it's the right step for him yet. I think he needs to go. Okay, yeah, we finished 17th, fair, but he needs to go to a mid-table team first. Not a team that's predicted for relegation every year, but he needs to go to a mid-table team, handle that, overachieve with them, and then come to a club like us. I don't think he's going to handle it well, especially dealing with Levy and the rest of the board.
So what manager would you like to see come in then if it wasn't Frank?
Honestly, I would love to see Xavi come in.
Xavi.
I know it's not going to happen, but I would love to see Xavi come through the door.
Mm.
I know he'll give a lot of pushback and he'll have a lot of pushback from the board, so it probably wouldn't end well. But I think if anyone is going to do it, it'd be him. But then we are an also-ran club, so you sack the man who brings us success and makes us number one in a competition, and they're going to bring in an also-ran manager to replace him. So that's who we are. In the words of Ange.
It's who we are, mate.
It's who we are.
Yeah. No, it doesn't give a good message to anybody. Any manager that's going to come here and want to succeed, yeah, no problem, get us a trophy, but we'll sack you at the end of the season anyway. What does that tell you to any successful manager that wants to come here? What successful manager would want to come here?
Well, we're running out of them because, Jose Mourinho sacked a few days before a cup final.
Mm-hmm.
Now Ange sacked after winning a trophy. Conte sacked, obviously, for different reasons, but he was in the top four at the time. Pochettino sacked when, you clearly could see that we needed a fresh rebuild in the squad, and he was, a very wrong decision at the time. So, I mean, what are we supposed to do here?
They put us in a position, haven't they? Honestly, I think Levy's feeling the walls tightening, and he's doing this for spite. He's going to bring in a shit manager. Obviously, Frank's not shit, but a manager who hasn't managed at the level that we need, a level to bring the success. He's going to make this club go further backwards. He's seeing the pound signs for all the players that are going to want to leave, and he'll fill them with more relegation fodder and championship players. That's what's going to happen, because then it's going to save us a lot of money, and he's just going to tank the team, and we're going to be worth the square root of fuck all.
I think that is the harsh reality, Zez. But thank you for calling in, my friend.
Thanks for having me, boys.
Thanks for calling
Take
in,
it
mate.
easy.
You too, mate.
I think I've seen a lot of people on social media saying like, "Oh, now Ange's gone. You have to make sure we back Frank and all this stuff." Like, I don't think people realise we're not gonna back him.
We say this after every manager.
100%. But as well, it's not just that. I just think we're bringing someone like Frank because we're hoping he can do more with what we have rather than just giving him all the money.
Yeah, but who else can we bring in?
I don't know, but I'm just saying Frank is a type of manager who's not. I don't think he's going to demand loads of investment. I just don't. I think we might get one signing. I don't think we're going to have a busy summer.
You think we're going to make one signing?
Yeah,
that's it, just one.
I think one big one. I mean, I reckon we're going to make one signing above 50 million. And that'll be it.
If that is true and that is the case,
that's what I reckon.
Then we all need to be protesting down that high road week in, week out. Not picking.
I think that's why they're going for some of that. Obviously, I think
absolute disgrace.
I think they think Frank can get this squad, the one we have already, back. What's called a lot higher.
So this board are absolutely deluded.
I'm telling you, that's what I think.
Absolutely deluded, and I don't disagree with you. But if they do think that, how deluded can you be?
Especially with Champions League, they think this squad is going to be able to compete with Champions League and League. I think
how
that's what they think.
How many times can they make this mistake?
That's my prediction. Look, I could be wrong.
Maybe after Pochettino, they thought this squad was ready to win, and that's why they brought in the win now managers and just, sprinkled a few new signings in there that weren't good enough. They made the mistake then, and now they think this squad is good enough for a Champions League run and a top four finish.
Maybe it'll be another one if we let go of Romero as well.
Let's see how many players are going to want to leave now. Let's see what happens. There could be a snowball effect here. Tigaro says, given the short, terse statement from the club, I wouldn't be surprised if Ange told Levy and the board to go F themselves, rightly so too. Hashtag ENIC out. Yeah, I guarantee you Ange said something to them.
100%.
Guarantee you. Let's go on to our next guest, Tip Top Tottenham.
Come on.
Yes, bro.
Good to see you, mate.
Good to see you. It's been a long time, mate. Talk me through your feelings and your initial reactions to Ange being sacked today.
Yeah, so I haven't spoken to you guys since before we ended up winning the Europa League. And it's so jarring being at the top of the mountain and then 2 weeks later now being in the dumps. I don't think that it was the right decision personally, getting rid of Ange Postecoglou. I was so patient, I felt like, throughout the season. This is the manager. And then once we decided to, or once we had equaled the record for most losses in club history, that was the last straw for me. I was like, yeah, this is not working. And then we end up winning the Europa League, and I'm like, okay, this guy definitely deserves a second or a third season. And now that the day has finally come that he's no longer going to be our manager, I'm really sad, honestly. There's a lot of emotions, disappointment, anger, frustration, and all of the negativity I'm feeling today is pointed towards the board and not towards Ange. What does a manager have to do to be able to have 3 seasons at this club? I don't know. Win a trophy and qualify for top 4, but nobody has been able to do that. So you look at the clubs that have done that in recent years, compare their wage bill to ours. Compare their spending in the summer to ours. It's like, it's not going to happen under this ownership. So these managers are given impossible tasks. And truthfully, I'm really sad that Ange is gone. I'm really happy that he gave us the Europa League final. That memory was unbelievable for myself, and I'm sure countless number of Spurs fans. How are you guys feeling?
Down, man. I'm down. And this is from a guy who wanted Ange out for a large part of the season. But for me, I just felt what he gave to this football club, no other manager since 1984 could deliver to this football club, and that bought him more time and the chance to go on and right the wrongs of the Premier League campaign this season. So I feel really, really down after this, and it just stinks of another manager that has done wrong, that has been done wrong by the ownership and Daniel Levy, and Daniel Levy and ENIC need to take full account to what's happened and what's about to happen as well. Yeah,
I just what's the goal? It feels like for me with the board, where do we go? After this season, obviously Champions League is going to be really difficult with the squad that we have now. To me, it seems like we need to add a couple more pieces in the summer to be able to compete on 2 fronts, like the board clearly wants us to be able to do. And I just can't think of many managers other than Frank, who we've mentioned, and Javi. But I just don't think that's going to happen. So I don't know, honestly. I really, if it was me making the decision, I think we keep Ange for the entirety of next season just to see what he can do with the Champions League that he earned himself. The squad to me seemed like so behind this manager, honestly. It seemed like every player was really, really backing him, and especially in the later stages of the Europa League, were running off of their shoes for this guy. And so I feel the players today are seeing this news probably just as, if not more, disappointed than us. And if the players are disappointed and the fans are disappointed by the decision, it's just the board who is happy about it. And it just really gets tiring, honestly. It really does. The manager merry-go-round, every couple of years we have a new one. I really, really wish that we would just stick it out for an extended period of time. And Ange was the guy in recent history who's deserved that.
And what do you think a Thomas Frank Tottenham looks like next season? If he's the guy that is going to be chosen, looks like at the moment he's the favourite and the one that looks like he's going to be chosen. What do you think of Thomas? Yeah, go on. What do you think of Thomas Frank Tottenham looks like?
So I'm an optimist, naturally. I'm a person who thinks glass half full. So I want Thomas Frank to work out. And the positives, he's been at Brentford for a very long time. That in and of itself, I think, is really impressive in today's Premier League era. Like managers are gone so quickly. So how long he's been at Brentford is really impressive. It's been mentioned as well how he's been able to make a lot of less of a budget, which I think is really impressive as well. But it's my understanding he doesn't have European experience, and coming straight into the Champions League, that's going to be a pretty big adjustment. I mean, if he's the manager for the Super Cup, that's probably going to tell a lot of the story of how the Champions League is going to go this season for us. I don't think we have a squad right now that can compete on two fronts. I hope that we can do well. I think if Thomas Frank is the manager next season, we will obviously finish much higher than we did this year on the table, but I don't think there's going to be any serious pushes in the Champions League by any means. Maybe we can get lucky and get a nice run for the Carabao Cup or the FA Cup, but best case scenario, like top 6, and maybe we have a really deep run in one of the tournaments. But I don't think it's going to be a trophy for us next year. I don't think it's going to be top 4 for us next year with Thomas Frank. I think he's a manager who needs a bit of time to get vested into the club. What do you guys think?
Yeah, did you think the fans will give him that time? Because we've just been having this project with Ange, haven't we? And, finished 5th, we won the trophy. And now we've sacked a manager who's won something. He's won a trophy. I know the league season was awful, but he won a trophy. So isn't it sending a message to the fans, like, if you're sacking this manager, you expect better than just winning a trophy from the next manager? And if that's a message sending out, is that what the fans are going to expect?
Yeah, the message, it seems like, from the board is that they just don't care really as much about the trophy. They care about getting in those, top 4 Champions League spots where you're able to get more money. I feel like that's my understanding of it. The message being sent from the board today of sacking Ange is, trophies really aren't as important as domestic success, and that's obvious to me. I just am really disappointed, truthfully, with how it's unfolded so far, and I wish that we would have just kept Ange. But here we are. Here we go again. Another summer of uncertainty for Spurs. Can't wait for that.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And thank you very much, Tip Top Tottenham. But mainly thanks to Tip Top Tottenham. Fuck Daniel. Thank you for joining us today, mate.
That's exactly right. Ben, Sim, great to talk to you guys. If you like hearing my voice, my takes, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Tip Top Tottenham, it's all there. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Big up to you.
Go show him some love. Go check him out.
Big up to you.
Big up.
A couple more super chats saying, Alex Neil, Aussie here, but I'm an Ange fan before I was a Spurs fan. I hope whoever goes to beat Spurs 5-0 in the Champions League kickoff, bye y'all, it's been real. And Crazy Rat says, Ben, can you give Sim a big hug from me? I'll give him a big hug, just for you. Just for you, Crazy Rat. Just for you, Crazy Rat.
Difficult days. Change for Spurs have released a statement.
Oh, go on. What's they said?
They say, Ange Postecoglou sacked. The cycle of failure under ENIC and Levy continues. Tottenham Hotspur officially parted ways with Ange Postecoglou. Yet another turbulent chapter under the leadership of ENIC and Daniel Levy. In a club statement released today, Spurs thanked Postecoglou for his commitment and contribution and claimed that following a review of performance and after significant reflection, he has been relieved of his duties. Words that will ring hollow to a fan base that has heard it all before. Postecoglou arrived to genuine hope. He was seen as the man to reset the club of the culture of the club, to bring expansive football, restore accountability, and build a long-term vision. For a brief moment, it seems possible. The early months of his reign were electrifying, front foot football, courage on the ball, and players expressing themselves in a way Spurs fans hadn't seen in years. Importantly, Ange delivered silverware. In May, he led Spurs to Europa League glory, our first trophy in 17 years. That should have been a turning point, a foundation to build on. Instead, it proved how little success truly matters at a club where vision is short-term and loyalty is one-sided. As the season wore on, key injuries and threadbare squad quickly exposed the club's refusal to build depth. Postecoglou's tactical commitment, thrilling when it worked, was left unsupported by a board unwilling to give him the tools to succeed. Once again, a manager was expected to deliver miracles on a squad that was short of quality numbers, and once again he became the scapegoat for problems rooted far above the dugout. This isn't just about tactics or form, it's about a structure that continues to undermine its own managers. Postecoglou, like Conte and Mourinho before him, was brought in to lead a project but never given the full backing to build one. What followed was inevitable tension with the board, disillusionment in the stands, and yet another exit clouded by chaos. The real issue is not who wears the tracksuit, but who holds the power. Daniel Levy and ENIC have now overseen more than 2 decades of false dawns, short-term thinking, and cultural decay. Until that changes, until real football leadership is prioritised over PR spins and commercial metrics, Spurs will remain trapped in this endless cycle of dysfunction. As fans, we want to believe in something bigger than this. We want a club with a footballing identity, a plan that lasts beyond one press conference, and leadership that matches the ambition of its supporters. Right now, we have none of that. The manager may change, but the problems stay the same.
I think that's a really good statement, to be honest. I think I wholeheartedly agree with the majority that's said on there. So great words from Change to Tottenham, and you know, it's clear for everyone to see what the problem is at this football club.
Yeah.
It wasn't Ange Postecoglou. It wasn't Antonio Conte. It wasn't Jose Mourinho. It wasn't Mauricio Pochettino. It wasn't Nuno Espirito Santo. I can go on. I can go on to all the managers that have been here under ENIC. The problem at this football club has and always been Daniel Levy and ENIC and the people right at the top that make disastrous decision after disastrous decision. And that's not to say that they've never done good at this football club, because they have done some good things at this football club, but that doesn't mean that they're not the sole problem. They really are. And how can you sack a manager after winning the Europa League 2 weeks after winning the Europa League? It's absolute madness.
Well, yeah, I think I completely back that statement. I think that's a very good statement from Change for Tottenham, and I think, look, the pressure should be on the ownership now if they're making this decision. A lot of the fans wanted to keep him, and I know a lot of the fans that day in Bilbao was special, and I think the fact they've taken that decision to sack him goes against a lot of the fans' wishes, and I think it's the wrong decision. And I completely agree with what they're saying, with how many times we've been here before. We've been here before so many times now. Every single time, it all ends the same way. Even 2 years ago, there's all these PR spins about we're going to get back to the roots of, and we're going to play the football, we're going to do all these things, we're going to make massive changes, blah, blah, blah. Even I was buying into, look, they're making all these changes, and maybe we've got to give this time. But we're here again, same place, 2 years later, same place.
Never buy into their crap and PR spins. Never buy into it. You're always going to end up here, every single time. Even a week and a half ago, Daniel Levy was talking in the celebrations and said we're going to use this as a springboard. What kind of springboard is this? Sacking the manager? That's not a springboard. That's taking us backwards.
A couple super chats.
Yeah. CCCM. CC is that one, yeah.
Christmas Day for me, mates. As the first member of the Frank cult, I hope Ange supporters can grant him context when he fails. Honest question, if Frank wins a Carabao and 5th, is it a better season than past season? Well, look, that'll be a great season. I'll give Frank a lot of credit. If he finishes 5th and wins a Carabao, fair play to him in his first season. I'll give him credit. Was it better? Yeah, probably. Because it depends. If 5th is Champions League, then you have to say, yes, it is better. But if it's not, you'd say, I don't know. Yeah, maybe still. If you're in Europa League, but we've won a cup, but it's a higher league position.
5th in Carabao probably does get us Champions League.
If it does, then it would be a better season, 100%. But what's he saying? Frank, I hope Ange supporters can grant him context when he fails. But Ange didn't fail. He won the trophy. That's not failure. He succeeded.
Pure madness.
If he fails, then he'd fail. If he didn't win the trophy, he would have failed. But he didn't. He succeeded. Well, I don't know what's so hard for people to understand.
This was his number one remit at this football club when he came in, was to bring a trophy. And he did that.
Yeah, but if Frank
and the
fails,
best one
he
that
fails.
he could have won, pretty much, because he weren't ever going to win the Premier League. Let's be honest.
Look, I'll be fair on Frank. I was fair on Ange. I can always fair with the managers. If he fails, if there's context to it, then there'll be context. But if he's going to do better than Ange, you have to win a trophy.
Yeah. And there was one more with no
Cosmic,
comment from Cosmic Aaron. Big up to you. Thank you for sending in that super chat. Let's go on to our next guest, and it's Mr. Simon Sai.
Oh, he just crashed. Just
Hello,
as you brought him on.
guys.
I know you're there. You're there. Hey, Sai.
How are we doing? You alright?
Yeah, I mean it's quite a bad connection. So just get what you need to say off your chest, my friend, because we told you this day was coming. Didn't believe it.
Oh, he's gone. Okay. He can't even muster up the words.
Where's Nathan?
Is he there, Nathan? He's coming. He's coming.
All right, let's get Nathan on. In his Brazil shirt, repping the Richarlison, the Prue crew.
Nathan.
Nathan.
Our guy is gone, man. He's
Talk
gone.
about
Wow.
it, man.
How you guys doing, first of all?
We're struggling. We're struggling today, Nathan. It's a tough day. The guy who's brought us the best day in our Tottenham lives has just been relieved of his duties.
I can't believe it, bro. We just won the trophy. I was tearing up the city. And then now I see that he's gone. What are we doing? I don't know if this is a try not to win challenge or I don't know what's going on, man. Because, wow. I can't believe I'm actually shocked. It's like 9 a.m. here, 10 a.m. here. I woke up and I seen it. I was like, yeah, it's not true. It can't be. I went back to sleep. I woke up and I seen the live here. And it says, sacked. What? What are we doing? Like, this is not right, bro. Like, we should at least gave him the beginning of next season for sure. At least. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. And then seeing what would have happened. Because the momentum was with us. The fans were all together. Everybody was happy. We even got big man Ben to say Ange in, bro. Even Ben to say Ange in. Man like Stell, Danny.
Even Ben.
Like, my guy Stell I haven't seen, that guy hasn't smiled since 86. He was smiling. Oh man. Like, what are we doing? Like, now we're gonna, what do you guys think? Because
we've given our opinion, but this is about you giving your opinion. Did you read the statement from the club? There's one line I want to ask you about. He says it's crucial that we are able to compete on multiple fronts and believe a change of approach will give us the strongest chance in the coming seasons. What do you think of the club saying that?
Change of approach, giving us a strong. We've been doing this since Levy came, bro. What do you mean change? It should have been Ange. Ange is the one that brought change. Trophy in 17 years. Europa League trophy since 84. Like, this is our guy, in my opinion, bro. We should at least give him next season. This was the guy. Like, he was the guy, bro. Like, that's all I have to say. Like, this guy Levy, bro. This fudge, man. This Minions guy grew. What are we doing? Like,
Nathan, you said you've been tearing up the streets. You need to come to London and tear up the protests, mate.
I might have to. I might come for the protest. I'm gonna be the guy in the first line. I'm gonna be wearing the hooligan mask and everything. We taking over, bro. Cause this is ridiculous. I can't believe this. Like, they actually sacked. I actually didn't think it was gonna happen. But then I seen your guys' updates yesterday, and then the way you guys were talking, it was like, yeah, it might happen. But I was just like, nah, Levy's not crazy. He's not gonna do this one. Nah, not this one. And then we woke up. He's gone.
How long have you been supporting Spurs, Nathan?
Tim Sherwood, bro.
Sherwood.
Like around the Dempsey days, because I'm a big Dempsey fan. Like, back in Ethiopia, we had one TV in the village, and I remember I seen Dempsey, and then that's when the love for Spurs began. But
so, is this the worst sacking you think that Levy's ever done?
This is the one that hurts me the most, for sure. Yeah, for me, in my opinion, it is.
More than Pochettino?
Yes. Because this guy won us a trophy, bro. He won us a trophy. Pochettino didn't win me trophy. Obviously, I love Pochettino, but this one, I think this is the worst one yet. When you have all the fans together, everybody's happy. Like, we could have built onto this, you know? Like, we could have done something. We could have seen Spurs that we probably haven't seen before, like all connectiveness, at least since I've been a fan, you know? And now look what Levy's done, bro. ruin the week.
Nathan, do you think there can ever be a change at this football club, like a realistic change where we're actually competing with this ownership still here?
Nah, not with Levy, bro. Like I said, it's a try not to win challenge with Levy, bro. Like, honestly, like, as long as Levy's here, as long as Enix here, like, now I fully understand, like, Stelios and them, man. Like, their actual hate. Like, gosh, man. Like, I don't like cursing or anything, so I'm not gonna do that. But no, as long as Levy's here, it's gonna be this every year. Thomas Frank will be gone by 2026, 100%. Summer 2026, maybe 27. He'll be gone 100%, and then we're gonna do this again. And I'll be like 22, and then we'll have the same call. Like, it's gonna be like this every single time. Like, there's gonna be no change. We might win maybe another trophy. You might win a Carabao Cup in the next 2 years, maybe, hopefully. But then the manager will get sacked again, and then we'll be on this ring around every single year. So there's gonna be no change as long as Levy's here. As long as Levy's here, no chance.
Let me ask you this, Nathan. We've seen, reports about Romero, his future being aligned with Ange Postecoglou. We've seen the support that pretty much the entire squad or a large section of the squad have given to Ange.
Yeah.
What repercussions does this have within the playing staff now?
Oh, Romero's gone, bro. I think Romero was 50-50 if Ange stayed. Now it's 100%, 110% Romero's gone. Like Bentancur, if I'm Bentancur, you see Bentancur purposely waited to see who the manager was going to be. Bentancur's gone. If you're a player and you've seen this, come on, bro. Why would you come, bro? Or why would you even stay? Especially if you have the opportunity to leave. Why would you stay? Now, how are we going to replace Romero? With Bisek, the Inter guy? Are you serious? No chance, bro. Like, how are we going to get big players now? Romero was the guy. If we would have been able to keep Romero with Ange at least until his contract run out, I would have been happy, bro. At least we can have Romero for this next season for the Champions League. It would have been great. Like, why would any big player, any Champions League actual player, level player, why would he want to come here, bro? It doesn't make sense. You don't want to come here. Again, try not to win challenges. Why would you want to come here? Unless you've given up, like Sane age. I'm not saying Sane giving up. Even Sane don't want to come here. Like that age. That's the only reason why you want to.
Even Angel Gomez doesn't even want to come here.
Man, like Angel Gomez. Oh man, it's wicked. Oh man, that's crazy. And I heard Mbemo said no. Sane said no. Man, who wants to come here, man? That's
teenagers.
Finished.
The only people that want to come here are teenagers.
We got New England Revolution players. No offense, I watch MLS every weekend, but we're going for New England.
Is he any good? Peyton Miller, is he any good?
Oh, but I haven't heard of him, bro. When I watch MLS every week, bro. I watch MLS every week. I've never heard of this brother in my life.
What about Frank? Do you think he's a good manager? Do you think he could maybe do something here?
Obviously, I'd rather have Ange, but I hope he can. I heard you guys talking earlier in this, like, he might be the perfect guy for Levy, probably doesn't want too many transfers. We'll probably try to handle what he's been given, because he went to a Brentford side that's, they're not going to spend money, obviously. Mm-hmm. So he knows how to deal with teams what they give him, So that's not the type of manager you want mentality-wise. You want a manager that can bring the big players in and then use them. But obviously, you still want him to be able to use what he has. But hopefully he's successful. I'll support him as long as he's the manager, but he's going to be coming to a tough time at Spurs now, bro. It was just a good time 16 days ago. Now it's going to be tragic times, Tragic.
Nathan.
Yeah. It's even a hard time for me, Nathan, someone that's been Ange out for so long.
Yeah.
I was fully back on board, and as soon as I'm fully back on board, that's it. You're gone.
He does it. That's what Levy does, bro. But Sim, big up Sim, We've been there since the beginning.
We've been there together, bro.
Shout out Ben as well. He came to realize, even Danny.
Anytime we were batting away these Ange outers for months and months.
Yeah, they got the win.
We got that trophy. We got the win, and then
yes, sir.
And now here it is. It's a tragic end to a great story.
It is. It's like losing a girl, man. It doesn't feel good, does it?
Oh man.
I'm gonna see you, man.
You were one of the people I wanted to see today, bro.
Yeah, bro. I just woke up and I seen that. Yeah, this is not it, bro. I'm coming to London. Tell me when the protest is. I'm gonna be in the front line.
We'll tell you, bro.
All right, man. See you, man.
Nice to see you.
You might have a good one. Love.
You too, mate. Good to see you,
bro.
Yeah, let's keep going, man. Let's go to Henry.
Hello?
Henry,
You hear
Henry, Henry. Yeah, we can hear you, my friend. Talk to me.
Okay.
How are you feeling?
How are we doing? How are we feeling?
You tell me, my friend. How are you feeling?
I was midway through finishing up a nice carbonara, and then I looked at it. I heard the news. I looked at it, and it just fucked it all up. Couldn't enjoy it. It is exactly what Nathan said. It's like losing a girl. It is. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's. Do you think there's in terms of the statement they said, the justifications Tottenham have given for sacking him? Do you think there's any validity?
I was just saying, like, I had to write it down because I've had so many thoughts going through my head. But either Daniel Levy is some kind of like Disney villain, or he just has a completely tapped idea of what footballing success looks like and the resources that you need to get there. There's just like he's completely tapped. There's just no way that it marries up.
Yeah, I just think his way, like the way they've the statement they've made is just like their way of taking accountability out of themselves for their own failures, isn't it? Saying it's all Ange's fault we haven't been able to compete on multiple fronts, and it's all Ange's fault all this stuff has happened. Whereas a lot of the reasons is what manager has been able to compete on multiple fronts at this football club? No one. So how is it on Ange that he's the only one who decided to prioritise the cups over the league and won one?
It's either or. With the budget that we're on, it's either or. You either have European success in a bad league or other way around. So you get what you're given, regardless of who the manager is. Unless we get like a generational manager that somehow just knocks it out of the park, it's just never going to happen for us. And they only come around, and then even then, Levy will probably just sell them on for profit as soon as we get them. So I just don't see us going anywhere.
Yeah. What do you think about the rumours of Thomas Frank replacing him? Is that a move that, despite Ange leaving, could be a good one?
Yeah, I really like Frank. I think if we'd have got Frank last year or the year before, everybody in the fan base probably would have been up for it. He probably would have been like one of the most massively spoken about managers of all the ones available. But again, I think by sacking Ange how they have, they've completely fucked up his introduction, because if they'd have sacked Ange a couple of days after the trophy, although it would have been like horrible to go through, at least he would have had 2 weeks or a week and a half to cool off and sort of come to a more rational conclusion over his exit. But now we've got a weekend and we've got to get behind Frank, and this is still going to be so raw, and all the emotions are still going to be there. So I mean, the fan base is split on a manager that is brought us success. How are they going to feel about a manager who's just coming in, who, as a lot of people were already saying, hasn't got much to show for it? But me personally, I'm really excited for it. I although it's horrible that Ange's leaving, I'm excited about having Frank in.
All right, Henry, appreciate you calling in, mate. Thanks for giving us your time, calling, giving your opinion, and we'll see you soon.
Cheers.
Thanks, Henry. Okay.
Let's go to Mark. Mark, run me through your thoughts, my friend.
Oh my goodness. What a way to wake up, I haven't spoken since I haven't even spoken since the final. I don't think, or a little beyond that. I was so happy, it was like, for me, it was like the perfect birthday present for me, to see Spurs win a trophy. But now it's just like we threw away. We threw away, like the club is throwing away everything. Levy has thrown away pretty much everything that we've earned. All the pain and all the struggle and everything, just gone, in just a weekend, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, like the firing of Ange is it there's levels to this, like he finally is giving us the money that Levy wants, right? In terms of earnings, we could get more money if we could prioritize the Super Cup. Well, that's not going to happen anymore. We finally have gotten through to the actual squad that, in a mental rut. I think they were just in a huge mental rut for a long time, and they needed this win. Us as a fan base, we needed this win. Having this the support of the fans, so we can buy more things for him. He needed that, and now he just threw that all away.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, like seriously. Like for me, this for me is very reminiscent of what happened to Michael Jordan's Bulls. Jerry Krause just throwing it all away. Yeah, sure, like, it was in a different context and it had all these things, but it was that big. It was that controversial. It was like breaking. It's like an implosion now. Like, I think this club, if it hasn't already, I think it just might as well implode, because it's the manager that the fans want is gone. Well, I said the majority of the fans want is gone. All of our longtime signings, all of our our players, like Cuti Romero, I would say is a cornerstone in our season. We're gonna lose that.
Mm-hmm.
Rodrigo Bentancur, same thing. He's made our season what it is. Now that he is, kind of found himself again, and now that's going to be all flushed down the toilet. Like literally every single achievement that we could have made with Ange, or potentially made with Ange, has now been flushed down the toilet.
What do you think what would you say to fans who say, keeping, well, what the club is saying as well, keeping Ange is an emotional decision, and the 22 league defeats can't be ignored?
Yeah, well, let's think logically. Ange won a trophy with one arm tied to his back. We've given him, like the club. I'm saying the club has not given him a proper transfer window. Maybe just a couple good signings, tactful signings. But that's it. That's literally it. We need more. He literally ran out of steam during the winter when everybody was injured. We literally ran out of players. We ran out of steam. And then you just expect him to, like, what I'm saying? Like it's, thinking about like Levy, firing him, or the board firing him. They expect him to just still win when we have nobody that is proven, or people who have still yet to prove themselves. Like there's levels to this. Like you asked the impossible for him. He did the impossible in terms of winning a trophy. For us, that was a pipe dream.
Mm-hmm.
That was a complete pipe dream for us, and now it's real. And he's just like, no. We want this. We want that. I'm like, yes, but we had to make sacrifices. We had to make sacrifices to prioritize at least a trophy, to kickstart something. Like, and his idea of business is just terrible. This isn't the stock market. This isn't some other company. This is a sports team. This is a club. The way we make money is by winning, by getting trophies. That is how we should be doing. Not in concerts, not in t-shirt sales. That is additional. The way we make money and the way we should be making money is by winning. Actually winning trophies, winning things. If business is good, it should be reflective of that. Business is good. Okay, we win trophies. Business is good. If we're losing, business is bad. That's how it should be. But clearly he doesn't think about it that way. He thinks it as some sort of hedge fund or some index fund where he could just continuously try to pretty much turn this club into a cash cow where we just get consistent performances where he gets consistent returns on his investments. So he doesn't have to pretty much invest nothing. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make some. This is not a money printing machine. This is a club. And if you want to make more money, if he wants to make more money, then why don't you just invest in the club, in the actual things that matter, that give us money? Winning gives you, special sponsorships. Winning gets you more shirt sales. Winning gets you more prize money. It doesn't make sense. He's out of his depth. He's lost it.
Yeah. Couldn't put it better myself, Mark. But look, I think we are running out of time here. I want to say thank you, heartfelt caller, and absolutely spot on as well.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, I hope you guys, are able to reel it in and be able to stay calm and all we gotta do is just pray that we could get something better or a miracle here, because that's what we're gonna need right now.
Big up to you, Mark. Thanks for calling in. Definitely
Thanks,
call
Mark.
in again. Really good call.
Thank you.
There has been the first player to come out has been Pedro Porro, which isn't a surprise. And he says, "Thank you for everything, boss, for mentoring me early on, helping me settle into the club and trusting me on the pitch. I'll always be grateful for you, the way you led us, defended us, and kept us going through all the highs and the lows. Above everything, you gave us one of the greatest moments in the club's history. And for that, you'll always be celebrated. Wishing you all the very best, boss." And I think that'll be the first of many.
Yeah, I'm interested to see who else comes out and makes statements and things like that. It's going to be very interesting. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, but obviously we heard Porro in an interview, just a couple of days ago, talking how highly he thinks of Ange and how he thinks the dressing room behind him. But wasn't enough.
Yeah. And I think I saw somewhere saying that, from Fabrizio Romano, saying that conversations with Thomas Frank are set to begin very, very soon. So, yeah, I think we all know the way it's going. Obviously, we'll keep you updated as and when everything does happen and everything does break through. But I want to thank you all. Sorry for the guys who were in the back end that couldn't get on, but we have unfortunately run out of time. But we'll see you all very soon. Thank you so much for the love and support that you have given us today as well. But unfortunately, this is it. Ange Postecoglou has been sacked. And there's only one place to look, and that is the board, the ownership at this football club.
Another new manager, another project. It all starts again. Starts again.
Victim of Daniel Levy, as I say, after every manager gets sacked.
Maybe we should end with a rendition of "I'm loving Big Ange instead."
And through it, oh, we play the way we want to with Big Ange Postecoglou. Whether I'm right or wrong, it's Big Ange ball. You can keep your Pochettino, Conte and Mourinho, and even Christian Gross, 'cause everywhere we go, I'm loving Big Ange instead.
Thank you, Ange. You gave us Bilbao. You gave us the Europa League. You gave us the best night of our sporting lives. It will never be forgotten. You're a legend of this football club. Whatever anyone says, you're going to be on the walls at this football club holding that trophy. A picture of you will always be remembered. You have been an unbelievable...
You'll always be on that
Always be on the wall for what you've done at this football club. I thank you. I appreciate you. I wish you every success in the future with whatever job you have. I'm sure you're going to win trophies wherever you go. And I wish you the very best.